Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Okay, I just put in the today command. Let's start with our tenants. Do, do, do. Where's the last tenant review? Today's the 27th. Wow. What happened to April? What happened? Okay, so sustainability. I mentioned last time that I think I need a vacation. I think that's still the case. I also feel like I've been pushing myself a bit too much. Not even pushing, I don't know, pressuring myself a bit too much due to the vacation and wanting to complete the first checkpoint. It's counter, hey Chili, it's counter to sustainability. Did you have a good weekend? It's also reminiscent of that internship at a long time ago where I didn't have good work hygiene. I think it's semi-related to the Claude 5 hour limit. I have this desire to use the quota that I have, which makes me load up my code in the evenings sometimes. All right, anyway, breaks going great. Don't have anything to say there. And grit, not too much opportunity last week. I think it'll matter more for this week, where we have to make some tough decisions due to lack of time. Weekend was good. Yeah, it was good for me too. I almost entirely decompressed. I did some productive stuff, but I didn't really do a lot of work stuff. Hey, TJ. Happy 15 streams. Okay, so I've got this stuff written down. So let's close out of FL Studio so that pencil icon doesn't show all the time. I did not get to work on the farm music anymore. I also don't know what it's asking me to save changes to because I don't know what I did. I guess that's where I should look at the history and see what I changed. Isn't there a history in here somewhere? Where do you find that? Could have sworn it was in here. History, there it is. Last reset. What? What does it mean? Nothing to undo. So then why, when I go to exit, does it ask if I want to save? Why is that the case? FL Studio asking to save when nothing is in the undo history. Hmm. Maybe it is this. Maybe it is an automation thing. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so then we probably don't have anything to worry about. Okay. Hey, Krasner. Whoops. Hope you like a really dried out leaf so that the crunch this week is extra nice. Thanks. And hey, Rod. I hope you all have good weeks to this week too. I mentioned this in the today command, but my vacation is coming up. I'll be gone for roughly 2 weeks. And I think I'm only gonna be able to do a half day this Friday. I don't know. But yeah, I'm hoping to do some playtesting on Thursday. Okay, anyway, let's start. So yeah, enough yapping. Main branch isn't protected. Yep, yep, yep. You can't protect it for free, can you? I think if you click protect this branch, doesn't it say you need GitHub Pro or something? Yeah, you can't do this. Anyway, Dark made a PR about the Architect's Realm. Scroll scale at 1, so the background is static. Couldn't test it, so I painted the tiles in a way that they should still be covered by the layers in front. There are extra tiles drawn under the covering layers. All platforms and props were left in the exact spots. Didn't really have any ideas how to lay the cave out since the area is pretty open. Look better with tight corridors or just as a side scroller. Didn't use all the graphics. Some spots on the ground are intentionally not ramps. We could make them ramps. Huh. Also wasn't sure what to do with the top left corner where you fall from, so I just close it off. That sounds fine. Yeah, interesting. Okay, we should probably pull this in now. I don't have any changes, right? Just flow control flags, which shouldn't really matter. So let's go delete that. Hey, Franken. King's Day in the Netherlands. Everyone's showing up in orange. Pretty sick to see, actually. Yeah, I heard about King's Day. Isn't it just like a pretty much like a party for everyone outside? Just like a social get together? I'm not saying that cultural significance exactly, just what ends up happening in practice. But I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I'm feeling good. Let's go pull this in. So this is pull request number 3. BHPR checkout 3. God, it's so nice having small numbers for these. We got up into 4 digits for Skeleseller. I think we were at probably like 1,500 or something by the time it was done. It counts issues as well, I think. Wait, no, does it? I'm not sure. Celebrating that. It's a king's birthday. Yeah. Yeah. Well, sounds neat. Okay. So if we go look at the architect realm, we now have this. I want to try this out. So let's set the flow control flag so that I start in the platformer. And let me find my controller. All right, so I should just be able to press this button. Yeah. So what happens on what looks like slopes down here? Oh no, they work pretty well. Well, some of these we can make it so you'd like actually walk up. And hopefully you can't get stuck anywhere. Hoping it works. Yeah, it looks like everything's working over here. So how high up here can you make it? Oh, there's a boundary. Or at least here there's a boundary. But that's probably not when you're in the actual game. But because I cheated to get here. Okay, and the music is, well, the music's going to be the platform music right now. Oh, yeah, okay. There's a boundary there too. This is all because of me cheating. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. So what if you fall down over here? Oh, you could actually just jump up over here. That's pretty nice too. Yeah. All right, well, it looks great. Yeah. Yeah, definitely looks good. Thanks for doing this, Dark. So we just got to get the parallax working correctly. So if I were to instantiate in a player in this scene, where's the parallax stuff? Here it is. So scroll right now is set to a different amount. What do I have to change? Layer 1, 2, and 3. 0.8, 0.9, 0.95. And is it scale? So yeah, scale. Okay. So 0.8, 0.9, 0.95. So let's just try this and see what happens. And I'm guessing everything will look weird. If you go from the platform, it just disappears. Is this what it's supposed to look like though? Because I don't think that layer in the back is convincing. Like, it is weird to see that moving. Yeah, I think that should remain static. Or something else should change exactly. I'm not sure. Less than 1 makes the scroll slower, making it appear further away. Value of 0 stops it completely. Wait, okay, so which layer is that? It's this layer. What if I set this to 0? I don't see it there at all now. But it's possible that it's in the wrong location. So if I set this back to 1, why don't I see anything else moving now? Because I only have one of the layers set to 1. Maybe you just can't see behind it. This one's 0.9. This is these details in the back. Strangely, I don't see those moving differently. Shouldn't I? What if I lower this? Text-based scene path. Consider saving as non-binary, or it's binary sub-resources to a res file. Okay, yeah, we should apparently do this. I'll write this down for later. Apparently we should save environments as binary resources. You can as well unlink the scroll and only set the X. This. Oh, I see what you're saying. The thing is, I'm not seeing any difference here though, right? Like this background here isn't moving differently. And I think it should be. Hey, Mysterious. Made Parallax and Godot yesterday? Yeah. Dark made this scene, and I'm trying to figure out how to use this exactly. If I change this to 0.8, then I do see, yeah, this layer now moving. But I don't see the one in the back moving like that. Let's just turn this off for now. Unless set this to 0.8. Is there something special about this number? There shouldn't be. Yeah, weird. I don't see that moving relative to the foreground. I wonder why not. And then there's a backdrop over here. That's this. If I set this to 0.5, let's say, just for laughs. That one might be a little bit hard for me to see. I think I can see it. I just don't think it's moving differently. Yeah, so I'm not sure how this is supposed to work. Oh, ignore camera scroll is on. That's why. Okay, so that should change this. I see. I see. And you can have them repeat too. All right, now they're moving. Got it. Yeah, so the way that Dark wanted this set up originally was like so. 0.8, 0.9, and 0.95. So it's just that the front layer looks strange to me. I don't think that should be moving like that. Yeah. So maybe for that we set ignore camera scroll. Okay, that looks a little bit better, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, and then the very, very background is a little dark for me to see on this monitor, so I probably can't test it all that well. But let's try it anyway. So let's set this to some like grossly incorrect value here, like 0.55. I just want to see it move exaggeratedly. I can't even see it. Different places you spawn in the cheat at some position. Yeah, that I've gotta take a look at too. But this, okay, so that's where the background is here. What does this look like? Okay, it's just a couple of details. So it might not be even easy to see those details behind everything else. Yeah, so the only place where I think you can see it is behind this one over here. No, even then, I don't think it's apparent. So I think changing the very background doesn't really do much, which means that's fine. We can just set it to 0.95 like Dark wanted. Oops. Now, out of curiosity, what if we change this to just be in the X direction? How does that look? Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what feels better. I think this is better. Yeah, I think this is better. Now, what if we set this one to have like, I don't know, 0.5? So now is it going to move very exaggeratedly? No, I turned this off. What am I doing? Strange. I don't know what I messed up there. Windy, windy, windy. Happy affiliate anniversary. I mean, when you think about big accomplishments in someone's life, there's like, I don't know, buying a house, getting married, getting a Nobel Prize, but affiliate anniversary, some number of years after when you click the checkbox on Twitch. If power down. How's it going, Wendy? Thank you very much for the raid. Here we go. Yeah, check out Wendy's game, Oceanborn. It's looking great. I could only drop in for a little bit, and I think my sub ran out, so I was getting ads. Hey, Corpsey. Wendy said I have an unfortunate face. I take that as a badge of honor. What we're doing right now is making the, well, I'm not making this actually. Dark already made this, but the cave environment in the back of this platformer section. And I'm trying to just see what parallax values look good here. And I think this is not super convincing. Like, see these jagged things in the background here? I think they're moving a little bit too much. And I think that looks like it should remain static. Now, I want to just try a couple other things. What if we only have it move in the X direction? No, yeah, it still looks strange. I think we need to just turn this off. I think it's the only way that this looks good to me. Yeah. And then let's turn these off probably too. I don't know if that makes a difference. So this looks more convincing to me now, because now the only background that's moving is that kind of middle layer there. Oh, and then this just abruptly ends. That might be something I need to fix. Hey, Scholar. Have to run? All right, yeah, take care, Wendy. Yeah, it should be a full day of streaming for me, so I'll hopefully see you later. Is moving too much? Well, the front bit, I don't want moving at all, I think. I think if it moves even the tiniest bit, I think it'll look weird. So if we turn this on and we have it be like the tiniest amount. Well, I guess at that small, it looks like it's just static. So, hey, DJ. Maybe we set it to like this. And even this is probably too much. I mean, I can't even tell it is moving. Is it moving? Yeah, it is moving very slightly. Yeah, Darkstorm was the one who made this. Let me read this again. So what is it supposed to be? Closer to 1, the slower. So stuff close to the camera should be... Stuff closer to the camera should be faster, right? But in this particular case... Hey, Survivor. Can't tell what I like best. Like, I don't think this should be moving. And you can see it very slightly here, right? So if you look at like this rock right here, it's at roughly the halfway point of this rock background. And as I move to the left, it moves closer to the right side of it. So that's the amount of movement we're talking about there. Is that movement even desirable? Hey, Smack, is this the game? Yeah, this is the game. Take a look at that FAQ for a little bit more information here. And I compose the music for this. I still need to finish this track. Think about it, it shouldn't be static. Okay. Okay, well, we could probably leave it like that. So now the problem is when you arrive here correctly. So I'm cheating to get there. Dark said that this does not work when you get here normally. So let's go get there normally. I should just change where my player starts because I don't have to do this every time. Okay. Yeah, so now the parallax is messed up because it thinks the 0, 0 point is probably wrong. Although, can I get up here? I know Dark closed this off, but yeah. Okay, so you cannot get any higher up than that. That's interesting. Hey, Mevin. Change the color on the background to make it obvious what you can jump on. I think that's what other games do too. Oh, yeah. I saw that. That looks good. Yeah. Yeah, so this is super messed up now. We need to figure out why it's super messed up. If I were to set this back on and off, this doesn't do anything. All right, what if I do this? Set this to like 1. I don't exactly know where it's positioning these things. I guess let's look at the remote node and find out. Architect realm here. So where is this thing? This is at 0, 0. I think that's the problem. Wait, no, it's not. We position this. So that means the environment must be positioned differently too. Maybe it's because the y coordinate is huge here. It might be that. What does limit begin? Ah, interesting. Must be lower than limit end. Yeah, so these are gigantic values, but this is also a gigantic value, but it's not nearly as big. This is 31,000. And this is negative, I don't know, 1 million or something at least. I'm not going to count the zeros. Yeah, so I don't think that's a problem. But what's going on here? What if I set... How does repeat work? Repeat size. Okay, so what if I set this to 500 by 500? Does that make this appear? No, it's like it's only starting here. Hey, Supercuber. Auto scroll? Oh, no, I don't need that. Also, it's this one that I guess I want to look at here. What do you set this to 500 by 500? Well, that like made everything super dense over here. I mean, it's kind of interesting, but which layer am I seeing? Okay, so I'm seeing parallax layer 1. Let's try some other things here. Let's try setting this to... let's just move this up, I guess. Is this doing anything? This is seemingly doing nothing. Repeat times. I don't think this matters. Scroll offset. Oh, there we go. Okay, so changing the scroll offset makes this work, but why would that be needed? Where's the camera right now? Camera is at, yeah, some like crazy middle of nowhere thing. What we could do is just delete the platformer world at this point and put this at 0, 0 when you fall into it. And now it's got sensible coordinates. Either way, it'd be a hack. And I'd like to figure out how to do this kind of the right way. And I don't see what we need to do to fix this. Yeah, strange. Okay, let's zoom out. Which we do here, 0.25. No. Is there a zoom? Yeah, there it is, 0.25. All right, so this is with us zoomed out, and yeah, all the stuff is below us. Why? We instantiate these things in. Do we need to like change the camera somehow? Is there a signal here? No. Or at least not there. Maybe it's over here. No. Nothing specifically for parallax layers. I don't think it's a limit problem. That's the thing. It's like this screen offset. The screen offset doesn't seem to matter. And actually, this is what computed. Values updated automatically unless ignore camera scroll. That's true. Oh, maybe that's what we want. Because what the camera's scrolling too far. Oh, because it's got to be offset from where. Oh, that's the whole point of parallax, right? So I think I need to change something with this. This is so weird to play zoomed out. Try somehow adding a new viewport to the realm and a new camera, or leave background static and move on. Well, I want to figure out how we're supposed to do this. I think we just need to change the scroll offset to be where the camera is. So instead of repositioning this, or maybe we reposition this to be negative. Wait, we can't change this? Or is it because I'm typing an O? Yeah, it's because I'm typing an O. All right, let's try changing both of those things and see what happens. All right, now I think it's out of bounds. I think maybe we need this to be negative and this to be positive. No, that didn't do anything. Well, I'm going to figure this out. So I want this y coordinate to be different. This is 32,000. Why? It looks like this needs to be maybe like, yeah, negative 1,000. Thereabouts. So where's that number coming from? Is it local to global type of thing? I'm not sure what's happening. This has a screen on. What does ignore camera scroll do? It's not affected by the position of the camera. If it's not affected by the position of the camera, doesn't that mean it's not really doing anything parallaxy with it? I guess if you wanted a static background, you'd do that, but then why would you even use this node? We should just change the scroll scale. Hey, Phil, 1,000 pixels is roughly the monitor size. Well, but it's the monitor size regardless of whether we got here by falling through the whole world or whether we just kind of cheated our way here. When we cheat our way here, everything works fine. When we fall through the world, everything does not work fine. I think what we, yeah. I mean, we could just set this thing to negative. I got to figure out why. Like this thing's 32,000. That's probably fine. And then the environment, we don't actually need to move, right? If I set this to negative 1,000, it's going to move everything. Yeah, making me fall through the world. And then see all the parallax down there. So let's restart this. What if we disable the platform? Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. But like either way, we're going to be committing a hack here. And that's where I want to figure out the correct way to do this. And I think we just need to modify this position a little bit. So let me set the character up here. And that way, when we start the game, we can just fall down. Yeah. It still takes 5 seconds. All right. So let's go back to the remote view. Architect realm. So the architect realm itself is positioned off in the middle of nowhere. And like I said, that's probably fine. But why can't I just apply this? So now we're at 27,000. And why can't I change this? I would expect to be able to set it to negative 27,000. And this one to be like negative. I don't know. The X position doesn't seem to matter though. Maybe it's because it's not huge. Oh, you know what might be happening? What is... Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think it's what 3% of this is. Yeah, so 817 probably looks fine. Okay, I think I understand what's going on now. Let me try that. Would I just type that as 817? Okay, yeah, so what if we change this to be... Oh, you can't do that. 0. -817. Negative 817? Negative 817. Okay, so now that probably looks good. Yes. Okay, so that's what's happening. So we need to offset the scroll by where the start of this thing is up here, multiplied by the scroll scale. Understood. All positioned in screen space, and you can contextually turn them on and off. Yeah, let me read the documentation for this. But let me write this down before I forget. So I would need to set the scroll offset of each parallax thing by the scroll scale multiplied by the realm's position. So Godot parallax. Okay, effect used to simulate depth by having textures move at different speeds relative to the camera. Provides parallax 2D. Can be easy to get tripped up. Okay, sounds good. Adding nodes that render things as children, and you can use one or many nodes to make up each layer. To begin, place each node or nodes you want to have scroll independently as children of their own parallax node. Make sure the top left used are at 0, 0 crossing, or at the 0, 0 crossing, like at the image below. See section on positioning for why this is important. Top left of the textures used. So like here, all this stuff should be at 0, 0. I think it is already. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. The scene above used once prepared for the higher clouds. One prepared texture for the higher clouds and a sprite 2D. Could just as easily use multiple nodes spaced out to compose a layer, sir. Background, backbone of this is scroll scale. Value 1 makes it scroll at the same speed. If you want your image to look further away, use a value lower than 1. 0 bring it to a complete stop. So it should go 1. It should get lower then as we go back, right? We didn't do that here, though. Let me try this again just to take a look at this. So if we did it the other way around, and I set, where's the architect realm? There it is. So this one, 0.97 looked pretty good. Then we went to 0.9. Then this should probably be like 0.85, right? Because it's even farther back. Why did we just fall? Oh, because of the, oh, darn it. Drat. Okay, I gotta not have the player be where they are. Can't I just Command Z this thing? No, I can't. We just need to move the player outside of this region. There they are. Nope, that didn't work. What is going on here? I'm trying to move the player node. Oh, I'm in the remote view. Whoops. Player, there. Move them down here. There. Now that won't be a problem. Okay, so going back to this, I want to change the parallax of this to be 0.85. Or you know what? Let's try something even farther away. Okay, let's try that. 0.7. So this is a little bit subtle because we have 3 layers. We have this jagged rock layer, then we have the like wooden background layer, and then we have a layer behind that that's just really 2 colors. And I don't even see the 2 color one right now. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. You can see it peeking out here a little bit, and it might not be obvious. I can like hardly tell because my room is so bright. But if you zoom in here, you can see there's an outline right here. Maybe that's obvious to all of you, but I can hardly tell the difference between that. But yeah, so that moves much faster now. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't really see it anywhere, so I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. Background is 97% of that coordinate. Yep. Yeah, hey, Nightlight. Okay, so let's go change that over here because I do like that effect. I don't know what number it should be set to, but I do think this should be lower then. So let's set it to 0.75. Sure. So there's that. Now let's keep reading because they probably affect some other, or they probably address some other things here, right? Easy to work when you have an image designed to repeat seamlessly and is the same size or larger than a viewport. That's fine. Not aiming for pixel perfect style, or you don't mind a little blurriness, you may opt to scale the textures larger to fit your screen. Repeat the textures, poor positioning. Here's problems with the infinite repeat. Scroll offset. If your parallax textures are already working correctly, but you prefer to start at a different point, comes with a scroll offset. Used to offset where the infinite repeat canvas starts. Actually, wait a second. If we just set a repeat, wouldn't this just work totally fine? Because then it wouldn't matter where the camera is. I think that would also be a solution here. Yeah, I think we could do that. So for that, we got to go put this back to where it was. And then fall down and then mess around with that. Hey, Maya. Okay. And I guess the reason why it was only 27,000 is I walked off the edge instead of jumping off the edge. Although, does that make sense? The extra, like, couple of jumps height would make your gravity change by that much? Maybe. I don't think it's bounded acceleration, so it could. Like, you don't have a terminal velocity in here is what I'm trying to say. All right, so now we go over to this and we mess around with this. This has always bothered me about Godot, by the way. If you shrink this to this small, you cannot expand the left side of this anymore. You have to expand the whole window so that you can expand this. Like, why not just let me have this? If I want this to take up the whole screen, why not allow me to do that? But you can't. It's got a maximum size. Same thing over here. And you can see by expanding this, it pushed the other one over. So I have to expand this a little bit more, and then I can't see the game. So I have to put on my other monitor, which isn't a problem if I'm not streaming, but when I'm streaming, you can't see it now. Anyway, so these backgrounds. So if we find out what the size of this is, can we find out the size of this easily? I guess we can figure out where the edge is. Where does this end? Rocky borders? Why is none of this turning off? Oh, because I'm looking at the remote view. Oh my God. All right, so rocky borders, that's probably correct. This is too difficult to do. Yeah, there we go. So I guess I just pick like this coordinate or something. What is this? This is a tile map layer, but I don't see tile map settings down here. Oh, again, because I'm in the remote view. Oh, isn't this a hoot? All right, well, then why don't we just mess around with this? Let's turn this off and turn this off. And the... Interesting, this grid moves with you. Okay, so where's the end of this? Down here. So this is the bottommost point. What is the coordinate of that in tile 181.72? 181.72. And now what's the size of a tile? 16 by 16. Okay, so multiply each of these by 16. So that's our total size. So we set that to the repeat size. Then this might just work. 2896. And what do we set this to? I don't know. We need to set that. It doesn't look like this worked. It should have modified the remote view at the same time. It did. There's nothing else I can change here, huh? What am I missing then? What am I missing? It's not showing up anymore. I would have thought that modifying the repeat size would affect this. Have you tried moving it to 0, 0? I don't want to move it to 0, 0. I found a way that will work, and I can do that, and it's not going to be hard to do. I just wanted to see if the repeat size would also allow this to work, and I don't understand why this isn't working. Because I shouldn't be doing anything wrong here. Repeat times is 1. I know about that. Yeah, but I don't think that's a problem. And I tried setting it to like 30 and it didn't seem to change anything. I mean, I could try it, I guess. We could put this over here and set repeat times to like 1,000 or 10,000. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a difference. 50,000. Yeah, I don't think this matters. 0, 1. It's possible that I overestimated this size. Like maybe this is supposed to be divided by 2 somehow. Actually, if I just set this to like 50, shouldn't we see something here? Yeah, that's bizarre to me that we don't see anything show up here. What if I turn on these other ones? I can't even make them visible anymore. I'm probably breaking some stuff here. Okay, let's try this again. So parallax layer 1 is in here. And if I set the repeat size to just 50 by 50, or 500 by 500, 1,000 by 1,000, none of this is allowing me to see where this thing is. I wonder if I also need this to be set to this. Yeah, what if I set this to 1 by 1? What is repeat size doing then? I don't understand. Huh. Yeah, I don't understand. Camera reaches the yellow rectangle, half the image is cut before it jumps forward. There is nothing spilling over into the negative, is there? Oh, there is. This up here, right? Is that part of the parallax though? This one is, yes, but the other ones are not. They're all positioned at 0, 0. Well, maybe it is actually. Maybe if I turn this off. It is. Oh, okay. So it goes up and to the left. That's possibly what's causing it. But okay, we'll just fix this in a different way then. Here's what I'm going to do. So we're going to set this back to whatever. Just delete that. So now the amount of changes I should have should just be in tiles that change UIDs. That doesn't really matter. So we turned off ignore camera scroll. We set some scroll scales for this. That's all good. Then here, this is a T-res. I actually should not have changed this at all. Oh, this is the UID. Okay, yeah, don't care about that. That's fine. And then changing the player. Okay, great. So all we need to do is just set where these parallax things should be. Hey, Goose. What's the size of the background? Put the repeat on that size. I think we could if these all extended from 0, 0, but they don't exactly. And this says, well, this says if they don't, that we could change what the offset is. But yeah, I think what we're going to do is this. So architect realm. We want to get the 3 parallax layers. Let's just fetch them from inside of backgrounds. Yeah. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Set up parallax layers. But what creates this? This thing does, right? Hey, Leafy Girl, thank you for the resub. I believe nerd was the term that this person used. So we set the position, then we initialize this. When we initialize it, the position is now set. So this is where we can set up the parallax layers. Now we go make this thing and we do this. So node 2D, I guess we just get all the background things, right? For each parallax, 2D parallax. In this is a, well, really all we care about is that it's a node. Backgrounds, get children of type parallax 2D. Okay, this is just the easiest way to do this. Wait, what happened here? Now resolve symbol of type. What? What? Oh, because I forgot the other angle bracket. Yeah, whoops, my bad. Okay, so we got to set what exactly? The scroll offset? Scroll offset equals the scroll scale times this thing's global position. And I think it might need to be negative. Let's try that. Yeah, I think it might need to be negative. I should have tested this. Well, whatever. It's just a matter of waiting an extra 7 seconds. So if this looks good, then we're fine. If it doesn't look good, it needs to be negative. Yeah, I think it needs to be negative. But we can go, well, no, we can't verify because I didn't launch through Godot. But if I do this and set this to negative, then do this, then we'll be able to verify it. And now I think everything should be fine. And if it's not, then we'll fiddle with the numbers some more. It is not, which means we need to fiddle with the numbers some more. So what did I mess up here? Because I picked a global position. That might not have actually been correct. No, the scroll offset is set to something. Oh, it's got to be 1 minus the scale times this. Yeah, whoops. So this is negative 2600. This needs to be multiplied by like 0.03 or something. Yeah. 1 minus, I guess technically vector 2.1 minus this. Couldn't this mean, oh, what we could do is we could take the scroll scale and subtract 1, which will make it negative, and then multiply it by this. That's interesting. It's the same math, I mean, but so let's test this out. Does Godot automatically change code if you change some property in its GUI? It does change the property in the editor, but code not necessarily. So like, let's say I move the player from a position of 5 to a position of 10, you'll see it get updated automatically. Yeah. Hey, nice. Cool. Okay. That did it. And everything just looks good. All right. Nice. And we should have the, yeah. Awesome. Okay. So I think this is nice. I do wonder, I guess this always works. I wonder if it's clearer to write it like this. This makes it negative. So this should be the exact same math. Dash looks smooth. Yeah, I can't take credit for that because I didn't draw any of the graphics. But it does look pretty good. Oh, yeah. Okay, nice. Yeah, this is looking great. Now, how high up can we get over here? I think that's as high as we can go. Oh, unless I do this? No, that's probably as high as we can go. Yeah. Not that there's anything up there. I was just curious. Okay, nice. Did it work? It worked, yeah. Hey, Lewis. Are these the final assets for the already done parts of the game? Probably mostly final. There are a couple things I want to change. So, for example, one, I want to improve the music that I made. Yeah. And then 2 is I want the background here to be different. This background is not really fitting. But the rest of this, yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Hey, Sasola. Okie dokie. So let's go check this in. We dropping the background gradient to go darker. In this section, I think this looks almost exactly how I pictured. So this part I think is fine. Player movement reminds me of Mega Man X4. I don't think I played X4, but I played X1, 2, and 3. And I really like those games. Or at least I like some of them. I don't remember. I played a lot of Mega Man X. I don't remember a lot of X2 and X3. But I think they were fun as well. Okay, so we got to go check this stuff in. This should not be checked in. And what else? This doesn't matter. Yeah, this doesn't matter. And then we keep going here. So this changed the UID. I'm not going to be concerned about that. I don't care. But it doesn't really matter for us. This is to set up parallax layers. Okay, yeah. So this is because we position the architect's realm off in the middle of nowhere. E.g., it'll frequently... Is it a negative coordinate? I don't remember. I don't want to figure this out. I should figure it out. I don't want to do this. Oh, nice, Lewis. Yeah, awesome. Well, welcome in. An official welcome, at least. I'm in the wrong game now. There's no winning, is there? All right, so flow control flag changes back to the platformer. Now, let's go try this out. I just want to see what this Y value is going to be. Add some placeholder text images. I was thinking we could improve the fall a little bit, but that's all stuff that can happen in a later checkpoint. I also have a pretty funny idea for the house in the farming game. So you know how you can dig out your house tiles? I was thinking we should have it so that the garbage slime is just there in the background. And when you water the tiles, it turns into the chef slime. Or maybe vice versa. Maybe it's the chef slime and it turns into the garbage slime. But I think that'd be a nice little Easter egg from Skeleseller. Okay, so if I click remote and then we just go find this thing, environment, background, parallax, it is a Y value. Oh no, it's not that. It's this. Yeah, it's a Y value of like 32,000. So that's all I needed to find for the sake of this comment. Now, where is that comment? Here it is. Frequently have a Y value of 30,000. The parallax effect will be incorrectly offset. We adjust for that here. Okay. So we need the offset to be negative, hence subtracting 1. Well, I don't know. I'll just not even comment this. Chef slime to garbage slime. Slime feels like going from angry to happy. Yeah, and it's when you water it. I do think it's a hilarious idea. How'd you wrap it? Never inserts them for me? Are you saying how did I add this or how did I get this to be on 2 lines? Because the first one, all I did is just type a, whoops. Okay, apparently we can't do that. I just type 3 backslashes and adds the first one. And then to wrap them, I do this, silent reformat and cleanup. So I set a shortcut for that. And then I think I have something in my reformat and cleanup that wraps comments. I don't know exactly where that is though. Yeah, it's probably in here somewhere. And heck if I'm going to be able to find it. I don't know where it is. Oh, this is, oh no, this is right. Yeah, cleanup. Maybe this. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Code cleanup. Aha. Okay, so reformat does reformat comments. Apparently it's just that. Did I play any Super Nintendo games? Yeah, I played a lot of Super Nintendo games. In fact, I was just talking about playing Mega Man X1, 2, and 3. Would it be a closet with skeletons? I mean, there'll probably be skeletons at some point. We'll probably have the Skeletor skeleton at some point too. Okay, I'm glad we figured this out because we're probably going to use this effect elsewhere in the game, although it'll probably be a lot easier for that. And then I changed the offsets. This shouldn't be very problematic. And I turned off. That's weird. What happened to ignore scroll? Wasn't that off for one of these? Oh, there it is. Yep, done. Okay, cool. All right, so fix parallax. We needed to change the offsets since we instantiate the architect's realm in the middle of nowhere. So commit this. Now, how do we push back to darks? Oh, wait, is this even on darks thing over here? Where is this coming from? Yeah, dark storm. So if I do git remote -v, all right, I need to go add one in like I did with Skeleseller. Forgot how you do this. Well, let's copy this. I'll copy this and it'll be stuck in a broken tutorial. And then hopefully it's just in my like git add or git remote add. Yeah, here we go. All right, so I just type dark and then this and then git push dark. Does that work? Is it in here now? Ah, it is. Nice. Cool. Okay, we did it. So I'll just put a comment here saying, whoops. See this for how I fixed the parallax. I wrote a comment in that commit. Comment and squash and merge. Nice. I'll let you know how it goes. I mean, technically they could let you know how it goes, right? Because you do start a burgeoning town. But yeah, I like that idea. Let me write that down over here. All right, so the idea that I had for the home, how do I show this? Oh, did I accidentally check in flow controls? No, I did not. Okay, so check this out. So we should start inside of the farming game, inside of the house. No, we don't start in the house. Why don't we start in the house? Isn't that a problem? Yeah, this is a problem. Drat. Oh, wait, what? Why is this commented out? Whoops. Okay, that's my bad. Yeah, whoops. Okay, so now we should start in the house. So yeah, if you use your shovel on the house tiles, what I was saying is it'd be funny if what you're revealing is a picture of the garbage slime underneath all of this. So you could actually dig out the whole picture. And then when you water it, it would turn into the chef slime. Or wait, it's the other way around. Sorry, yeah. It would be the chef slime and then turn into the garbage slime. I think that would be very funny. I also don't know how hard it is to do that. Because I guess right now we're picking different tiles and we'd have to pick very different tiles each time or just make them all transparent. And then, I don't know, yeah, we'd probably make them tile maps though. So we need to change how digging works when you're specifically in your house. Use the shovel in your house and reveals another game playing in the background. Well, I think because I don't think a lot of people are going to do this, having another game entirely would probably be a lot of work, but just having it replaced with like the garbage slime and the chef slime, I think wouldn't be too bad. But you could also plant seeds here. So you'd be planting them, I guess, onto the one of the slimes. In fact, actually, maybe we change the seeds to item graphics in that case. It could be kind of funny. But yeah, does not work for now. That is like super polished work for later. All right, Zadark's PR done. Oh yeah, I did this. I wrote a whole bunch of notes to myself here. Okay, so goal, as soon as possible, finish the rest of the story structure and then polish things. All right, so make a door that lets us go into town. You should be able to leave the town as well. So this is what we should do. I'm going to take a quick break, and when I come back, we'll do this stuff. Okay, is it jump time? It's jump time. right, hello again, everyone. Hey, Juan, Lod, Strawn, and Martin. Close the game. Okay, yeah. So we got to go make the town. I'm not going to make proper environments for this. This is going to be like dead simple. We're going to make a door area that leads to it, and then a town scene. And it's got to have the player and a whole bunch of NPCs and stuff. Okay. So let's go do that. So we have your house interior. I guess let's just save this whole thing as town. I figured out you can undock the tabs in the editor, moving them to the second screen, and Godot will remember the position next time. Wait a second. Wait a second. You can undock this? Oh, well. I wonder if I want to do this. What happens if I now navigate somewhere else and then back to Godot? Okay, I think some of the time this will be helpful to me, but not all of the time. How do I put this back to where it was? This button? No, not that button. Do I put this back to where it was? Uh-oh. How do you undo this? Oh no. Maybe I just close this and it goes back? Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's good to know. Yeah. What gear do I use for my music production? I have some of it like in DAW and piano and synth. Yeah, I think that's all of it except for my MIDI keyboard, which is not really a special MIDI keyboard, I think. Yeah. So that stuff I just bring up as people ask, because people don't tend to ask that often. All right, anyway, so we're gonna save this, right? Probably better to have them visible. Yeah, that's the only. So I know Dark has seen me talk about this before and has seen the streams about this and everything, but I have two monitors. I mostly just use the left one for chat right now so that you can see everything that I'm doing. But when I'm working on my own, yeah, I use both monitors and it's a lot more productive. It's hard when I have to try to show everything that I'm streaming. All right, so let's save this as town and call this town. And then we're going to need a special script for that too. So house interior there. Yep. Now I learned my lesson. Don't ever duplicate. I don't know what that does. Town. Should we call this farm town? I guess it's fine. All right, so this is going to inherit from whatever your house interior inherits from, which is probably a base zone. Let's just close. We don't need to close anything. Partial class town. We might as well make the community center too if we do this. Yeah. Make the town, make the community center, make connections to those zones, but don't make them functional. All right, let's go do it. So base zone requires implementing some stuff, right? Farm environment. Started dialogue. We don't even use that anymore? Okay. We might use that. Player entered door, player went to bed. Door area, bed region. Yeah, okay, this is pretty nice. Base.init, on dialogue completed. Yep, this is fine. Fine. Okay, great. I'm glad. So all we really need is this function here. And that means we need a player, which I don't have a player in here yet. Let's go add one. Everything should have an environment, like how the farm has one. Farm doesn't need a background though. Hey Flair, how you doing? What's the difference with the regular class? A partial class is defined in multiple files. So imagine you have something like player attack functions or something like that. And you have another thing like player, I don't know, movement functions. Both of these would say partial class player, and then they could define them here. And it's as though it was just one file in the end that just slammed all this code together. All right, so town needs a new environment. What is this? A farm environment. Okay. Let's maybe just have a ground layer with practically nothing. Oh, wait, we also need a seed layer? Oh, God. Because you could dig in the town, right? Yeah. All right, well, let's make this as simple as possible. So for this, I'm going to make a new tile set. This is going to break everything. How's the game advancing? It's been going pretty well. I'm taking my vacation at the end of this week, so I'm trying to get ready for a Checkpoint 1 playtest on like Thursday of this week, which is going to be a little bit difficult. So we need some exterior world graphic in here. Maybe just tile set, grass, spring. Yeah, just put this in here. Okay, now just pick this tile and draw a bunch of it. That is the tile I used, right? Or is it this one? I don't know, and I don't really care right now because we're just going to make this look like that. Now, delete the bed sleeping player, delete the fireplace, delete the table, delete the chairs. There's no furniture in the town right now. And then door area, we actually do need to do at some point. So you're going to enter from over here. The door is going to be on the right side of you. And it's got a collision shape and a static body 2D. So for this, we should probably have like a little path coming out of here or something. And then we move this over to this now. And I got to change all this stuff. So I don't know, make unique or something. No, it's already unique. That means that if I change this, it shouldn't change the other scene, right? House interior. No, it does not. Okay, good. How many games are already in the game? So there's the platformer, the farming game, the fever dream game, and then back to the farming game. So it's kind of like there are only 2 games right now. Oh, and then the Architect's Realm. But that's not really a game. All right, what am I doing here? Oh, yeah, trying to change this. So we want this to be some like tall shape like that, maybe. We should probably put some indication that it's there. So maybe we put some, I don't know, this. I am just doing this as fast as possible because Dark is going to end up making these maps. So there's the path that leads into here. We can make this match exactly with that. Good. And then actually, this doesn't really matter, does it? In fact, we can put this over here. And the collision shape shouldn't be needed because we're going to use that in the world itself. Illusionary Moon, salutations. Okay, so there's our very basic thing. We can even move the player right there. So that's where they enter. And that's it. That's our town. Looks great, doesn't it? So now this door area, I mean, I guess we're calling it door area still, even though it's not a door. Maybe I should call it, no, maybe I should call it something like farm. What is this? Zone transition region, farm transition region. Yeah, there, that's a good name. Now let's go plug that in. Good. And now fetch that. There is a base ready in here. Okay, that's fine. GD ready, base ready. Got it. Nice. And then initialize it with the player. And we need it to go somewhere. How do you do that? Entered. Player entered door. So this is player went to farm. Yeah, so now we got to go add in the new zone into the farming game. This is the town zone. And then in here we go fetch it. Farm zone. Town zone. Not going to try to do this in a smart way right now. Town on. This is what? Something about a farm. Why is this not working? Because it's got to be lowercase. Set farming game. What? Shouldn't there be... Oh, right. I forgot to change that to town. All right. Now there should be... Oh my gosh. What is going on? I never made the event. Player went to farm. Okay, player went to farm plus equal on player entered farm, I guess. Sure. We could simplify this stuff, but for now, not gonna worry about it. Farm zone, and then we just need to initialize the zones down here somewhere. All zones. Yep, town is now a zone. And anywhere else we need to do this? Free if detached, yeah. We should have an all zones thing that I don't need to do this every time. Yeah. Let's just get this over here. Private bar all zones. I guess we say that it's a base zone array. And then this new isn't needed. In fact, that's not needed either. We can just do this. Does not match rule instance field. Suggested name is all zones. Sure, whatever. Now why is this red? Cannot access non-static farm zone in static context. Okay, we call this all zones and we do that. And then from here, free if detached. Hello, hello. And then same thing over here. Cool. And I guess there too. It does technically allocate each time. I'm not going to worry about that stuff right now. All right, anything else I'm missing? No. This does mean that it's going to take us a little bit of time to get from place to place. So let's make the farming player go a lot faster. Doing any changes? I could probably PR it on Wednesday. Not to the environment, no. But to the code, yes. And I think the most important things would be the town and community center. Because the farm doesn't look so bad if it's blank, but it does look kind of bad. All right, so what I have here, door area not found in town. Why is it called door area? Where is that even trying to happen? Oh, I have the wrong script. Right, of course. Town. 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 There, done. Okay, that should work. All right, so now we should have a very basic town in the game, which is just a bunch of blank grass. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so we got to walk all the way over there, which is why I made us move faster. So just cruise through here. Oh, wait, nothing connects you there. Right. I forgot to make the farm connect to the town. I only made it go the opposite direction. All right, so if we instantiate in the farm after the dream, we're going to just make this be the town area, I guess. How will you know what it is? It'll just be, how about this? How about it's just that one? Or, you know, it could just be the entire right side of this. Yeah, why not? So we need another transition region. And this will be town transition region. And what do we give it? Just in a collision shape? Yeah. All right, make it a rectangle and oh, we need one-way collision on. Oh, I didn't do that. Or we need to give it a direction. No, we need to give it a direction. Yeah. All right, so the region will be over here. And we're going to make this thing huge. Oh, it already has a region. Oh, whoops. So just editable children then, huh? All right. You cover the whole world. And only the side, this little sliver of it. That should hopefully look good, right? Yeah. Okay, you were able to enter this going right. And the one in the town, you're able to enter this one going left. And now we just need to fetch this from the farming zone. Player entered door. Shouldn't there be a way to enter the house? Is that in the, oh man. Is that in the farming game? I don't know where that is. The house has its own door. The house has its own script. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is pretty straightforward, I guess. And do we initialize the area and the town? Yeah, we do. And how does it get initialized? With the player? And then we assume that the player can't change. So yeah, as soon as we get set player here. Doesn't that mean we have to do this for the house too? I guess because that player is always the same. Where is the house in here? What? Where is this thing? Here it is. It's in farm zone. Oh, I see. And then, yeah, we initialize this every time. I don't think that's necessary. But technically, what I did by putting this into its own place is stupid then, right? This should be in each environment. Yeah. Okay, well, live and learn. Let's close out of this. So after dream, we're going to put this in here. Town transition region. Good. And then in here, we're going to put this thing in. This is just farm environment. We need a custom class. I'm going to do this, huh? And this also probably doesn't care about setting the player. All right, no, change my mind. Putting it back into here. Farming game. Okay. Now let's go set this up. So zone transition region, town transition region. So we're going to fetch this thing. That is correct. And then when you navigate to this, so there's some event in here. Where is it? Okay, this is probably the worst way to search for things. I don't know what it's called. Oh, let's go find out. Entered. On player entered town. Okay, should be pretty basic. There. Didn't I already do this somewhere? No. Wait, on player entered farm. That's new. Don't I already have this code somewhere? I must. On player exited house is where it is. Okay, technically, I guess that's different from re-entering the farm on its own. I should probably keep track of where you came from. All right, well, anyway. So now we walk over there. We should enter the town scene. Why? Why wouldn't it work? What am I doing wrong? I forgot to initialize it. That's what I'm doing wrong. Town zone. It's not even the zone. Isn't it the transition region? Needs a player set? Yeah. I think we can just do this once. Oh, it's the region that needs to be initialized. So we got to save this off. Okay. The joys of coding, right? All right. So now when you set the player, we initialize this in here. What is this doing? This is every time you have a new player in the farming game? It should just be for this one zone. Which is why I guess we shouldn't be doing things this way. Yeah. This is gonna break. Trying to cut a corner. Silly me. All right, time to go uncut the corner. So yeah, I think the proper way to do this is put this in here, give this a different script, have this set everything up. Hey, Puppet. It's very wealthy of you. All right, let's go fix all this stuff. Yuck. So we need a new script that is like farm environment. Shouldn't farm zone just have this thing? Why didn't I do that? Yeah, why didn't I do that? What was I thinking? Yeah. Wow. I am being a silly goose. Okay. That's what we do. Yeah, because it makes sense that the farm zone would have this. Then we can delete this thing from here. That would have shown it twice. And then just go move all this code. Okay. That should work out better. Let's close all these tabs. So we want to move things from farming game to farming zone. And we need the town transition region from here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's just copy everything. Oh boy. There we go. On player entered town. We need to emit something here. Entered town. Oh, that was weird. All right, I guess go make this thing too. And put it next to where we entered the house. Good. All right, on player entered town now gets called from the wrong thing. I guess we don't have the farm zone. Player entered house. Entered town. Any other town transition region stuff? No. So we just need to initialize this now? Don't we have a house in it in here somewhere? Yes, we do. Okay. Well, this wasn't too bad. Let's try this. See if it even works. So now when we get to the right side and just walk into the wall, it'll teleport us into the town. I don't want to modify the environment. That's why I'm doing it this way. Nice. All right, and then we walk back over here. We go back to the farm. And you should be able to dig things up over here too. Yeah. Oops. This changes the background because I used the wrong green color, I guess. Is that why? I don't know why. I'm not going to worry about that yet. Hey, yo. Okay, so now I want to do the same thing and add in a community center. I'm actually not certain why that's happening. I do kind of want to look into that. Just briefly, at least. We have the ground layer and the seed layer. Am I using the wrong tile? This is 9-2. Dirt tile is 9-14 and water tile is 9-6. Oh, maybe they're in different tile maps? Is that what's going on? Ground layer. Ah, yes, there is no... I need to use the same tile set. I didn't do that. So presumably all we need to do is go put tilled soil in here, right? Tilled. Why is that not working? There. Okay. Now maybe that'll be fine. Can I increase the player speed even more so I don't need to keep doing this? Is 150 too fast? Like, is it hard to even leave the house now? You ever have 400 cups of coffee in the morning and you move so fast that you can't leave your own door? Okay, so now when you water this, it should turn blue. Yeah. Yeah. So fast. Yeah, nothing stops you from walking out of bounds here. if you were to walk out of bounds and go to the right, it won't make you leave. It's only moving to the left that makes you leave. It looks pretty good. All right, community center time. Let's go do it. So there's the town. Oh, and I got to push this code too before the end of today. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Push town and community center. It doesn't really matter since we can wipe out everything I did. All right, so that's the town. Now we go save community center. Community center. Give it a different script. Good. Add. Copy all this. So the community center connects to the town. So this is the town transition region. And then also through a portal to another game. So player went to town is fine. This changes to this. Player went to town. This is going to be the town transition region. Make zone current looks fine. Yep, cool. All right, now everywhere that we put town, we need to go change some things around. So there's going to be a new zone here. Community center. Let me put this here. And then just keep searching for other places where we did this, right? On player entered town. And this should be called player went to town. We do have that. Wow, look at that. Nice. Now, why is this not working? Did I type it wrong? Player went to town. Cannot convert source. Oh, right, because of this. Okay, making progress. Did I just delete something? I think I deleted something. I think I just renamed that, actually. This should have been town or town zone. And then this should have been like so. Oh, it moved it somewhere else. Oh, I see what happened. Because these are all alphabetized even with spaces. Okay, yeah, or new lines, I mean. Okay, that's fine. All right, what else do we need to modify then? That's it for there. So now we need to write script on the community center, which presumably I did not do. I did not. Community center. Go put that over there. And then this should look a little bit different. It should look like the inside of a house or something. How about just for ease of making this, we just have you enter from the bottom. So I'll put this over here. And put the town transition region down there as well. Make this look like a slightly different rectangle. Something like that. And what am I missing? Oh yeah, the ground should be down there. Oops. There. All right, so this is what our community center looks like. Not very community center oriented. There we have it. It's got the right script. We got all this stuff. This is all fine. What am I missing? I'm missing the connection from the town into the community center. So how about we put, I don't know. Let's take this and put this up here. And that'll be the other transition region that we have. Community center door. It's not a door yet. And then make this unique. Why is that not? Why do I not need to change anything there? Huh. Okay. Well, just make this line up like that. Good. Go change this. Community center door. Hey, Quilly, how you doing? You having a good Monday? Player went to community center. There's only one way to enter the community center. The Thunderdome. Okay. Now we check the listeners for this. On player entered community center. Good. All right, and then the community center has a way to leave town. Yeah, let's go try this out. I think everything should be working, but yeah, if it's not, we'll find it pretty quickly. Like that, for example. So I can't find the community center because it's not inside of the farming game. Why did I even do that? Oh no, because I never put it in the farming game. That's why. Done. Now let's try again. Hey Atomic, how's vacation prep going? We're trying to get through the rest of the like story outline. I think we have enough stuff here that we can get through it. So you can now walk into the town and then walk from here. Nope. You can walk toward the right probably, or the left. Why is this not working at all? I set the wrong direction though, that's for sure. But it should allow us to go through in some direction, and it's not. Which direction is up? Farm before dream? No. Farm game. House? Where did I put this? Where is the house? I'm so confused right now. There it is. Yeah, so there's a door here, right there. -1. Okay, that'll fix that. But then why isn't this working? The town has this. Oh, it's farm transition region. Whoops. That was supposed to say community center door. All right, that'll fix it. Missed the rename? Yeah. Thank you, Toulouse. I didn't do anything, promise. I was about to blame you right up until you said that. But now I shall not blame you. All right. Look at that. So this is what our community center is supposed to be. We should be able to do this too. Yeah, so you can plant seeds everywhere. Hey, Lip. Do you think a bachelor's degree is necessary to become a software developer? No, I don't. And I've worked alongside people throughout the years who've had all sorts of different degrees, no degree. And I don't think it matters for software development. By the way, I should clarify, at least not in the US. I don't know if you need a degree in other countries. Then it would certainly matter. But yeah, in the US, it's not important. Another caveat, though, is that some people learn best in that structure. Like a college environment is actually best for some people. If I gave, I don't know, whatever, let's say like I gave a stipend to a random person learning software dev, and I said, okay, you've got 4 years, go learn it. Some people will flourish in this environment. They'll do great, and yep, they'll go learn stuff. They'll seek out new knowledge. They'll spend their time wisely. Other people, yeah, need a structure of going to class, having things to study for, learning other topics, socializing with people. So I think it's up to you, and you should know yourself probably well enough to know how you learn. If you do just have a week or two and you're like, oh, I want to go learn something, do you actually do it? Do you follow up? Hey, Nix, how you doing? We got 3 yellow names in chat in a row. What are the odds? Okay, so you can transition between these things. So you should probably check in what I've done. And then, yeah, push what I've done. And then we need to make, like, continue with story beats. So what do we add in here? 2 new scenes. They're pretty basic scenes. What are we doing here, too? Yeah, the only thing I don't really like is there's a lot of transitions we connect here. If we had some kind of like zone ID, we could pretty much just say, hey, when you enter this region, just go to this zone ID, and we don't need any special code for it. But it's just not worth doing that for right now. Like, we'll never touch this game again after you're done with the farming game, probably. And if we do, then we should probably change it then. Just created my first website today by teaching myself, and I'm creating an AI voice software right now. Yeah, I think there are a lot of resources out there for learning any software development now. And by the way, even if you wanted to go to college and you, let's say, couldn't afford it, or I don't know, you're not in the right location, there are a lot of college lectures online for free. Like MIT has produced a lot of lectures that way, and they're high quality lectures. They're not like, oh, just throw away. Oh yeah, it's like a YouTube tutorial or something. They're like actual professors teaching. So yeah, there's so much out there that can help you learn now. Why does it get moved on? I don't mind this necessarily, but as long as there was another change in here, and this was the only other change, so probably let's just revert both of these. Right, I didn't actually change this line, did I? No. All right, so now the contents are identical, and we can go to the next file. Yep, all this looks pretty reasonable. Not that. Looks good, and looks good. Yeah, cool. Any good certification courses? I've never done a certification before, so I can't really comment on that. I think when it comes to certification courses, there's probably some like dedicated courses out there for those certifications. So like let's say you had to learn AWS. There are probably AWS courses that are tailored toward you getting your cert. Do companies value these courses? So hiring is its own whole beast because in terms of what people look for, I mean, you submit a resume, maybe a portfolio, maybe a cover letter. It's possible none of this gets read. So do they value those things? Like they value you being able to prove to them that you can do the job and then doing the job. And what that means is wildly different based on the companies you're applying to. Some people will actually read your resume. Some people won't read it at all. Some people will filter it through an automated process that'll look for keywords. And then when they interview you, they're not going to even address it, any of it. So, yeah, you never know. Do they value it like ostensibly, but in practice, who knows? Projects outweigh courses or certs. I think certs probably do matter for some jobs. I just haven't ever had those jobs. Add town and community center. These are almost completely blank right now. I just wanted to create the scenes and the transitions between the zones. Yeah, let's check that in. All right, now we should push this. Where do I do that here? Oh, I'm in the wrong branch. Whoops. Is that the only thing I did? Yes. Okay, so how do we fix this? I switch back to here, cherry pick this. I typed cherry pick wrong, but it doesn't matter. And now we should be good. And I just never pushed what I did. Yeah. Hey, Yuki. It's all a game. I mean, I wouldn't really say, yeah, I guess depending on your definition, yeah, it is all a game. In that there are rules and there are ways to succeed at it. But I think it is because there's no perfect way of doing this. The way I kind of look at this is like a lot of the biggest tech companies, they're gated by like a semi-arbitrary interview process meant to show that people will spend the time prepping. I feel like that's more important than actually proving that you'll be able to do the job. And I still think there's a reason for that. So I don't think that this is like totally stupid or out there. I think it's like they're trying to attract a certain kind of person. And if you're willing to put in like 20 to 200 hours prepping, then cool. You're probably the kind of person they want to hire. And that's the way they do it. And what I'm talking about is things like leak code and design interviews and all this other stuff. Some of it does have relevance to the job. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't think your day to day is going to be focusing on like which data structure or algorithm do I use. It's going to be, I go to meetings and now I need to translate that into work that needs to be done and then prioritize it and delegate to other people while I'm doing it. And like Captain Crunch, exactly like that. Or Count Chocula is another good example. Thank you for the resub, Leftist. Hey, Chase. Yeah. Also hard to predict what will be needed from software development in 5 years of AI progress. Yes, yes, definitely. Yeah. Blueberry. Wasn't there a strawberry one too? Blueberry was the blueberry one. Strawberry Count Chocula. I forgot what that one was called though. Frankenberry. Yeah, that one was a little bit loose on the on the catchiness, I guess. Okay, so what do we have left? Allow going to town. Just make the door. You should be able to leave town as well. Add some NPCs in front of random houses or something. If I don't have the maps from Dark, then just make this as a new scene. Yeah, we did that already. So we need NPCs, dialogue, and then the cutscene stuff. Hey, David, on YouTube. 4 minutes late to saying hey. Wait, that was actually a cereal? What is this? I don't think I've ever heard of this. Yummy Mummy. Wait a second. What? Where is this picture? Yeah, I'm on a web page trying to find where this picture is. Background image. Here we go. Open a new tab. Fruit Brute. Can you imagine a kid asking for Fruit Brute cereal? Wait, it still exists? Return of Fruit Brute. Hair got a lot wilder. Thanks, Lip. Yeah. Yeah, welcome in. Those are all of Count Chocula's friends. Count Chocula's got some crazy entourage. And they're all into cereals? We're supposed to believe this? The lore of this world? Okay, so add some NPCs in front of the houses. Oh god, what have I done? So in town, we're going to add some houses and some NPCs. I'm going to do this as cheaply as possible. Yeah. All right, so what is an NPC? They're really just going to be standing around doing nothing, or maybe like in a walk loop from one place to another. And we can just pause their animations. I mean, maybe some of them are doing something. So they're pretty much just going to be a collision region. And then a script to control their dialogue. But this could just be a yarn title. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And then a sprite, of course. Maybe an animated sprite. And maybe they're all just idling for right now. Yeah, that's probably pretty reasonable. All right, so we got to go make a new scene. Let's save this as town NPC, or maybe farm NPC. Farm NPC, that's probably pretty good. All right, now where do we put this? And here's fine. Farm NPC. Oh, we should probably capitalize it like that, huh? All right, now we need a script. How am I doing on time? I'm good. I think we'll make some pretty good progress today. I mean, we already have made good progress. All right, so this is a public partial class node 2D. And now we go assign that. Now add in an animated sprite. So I'm going to make just one NPC for now, probably. I could make multiple. Assets. Oh, we don't have any of them. We need some NPCs. Okay, let's go get them from here. Assets, farm. All right, we're just looking for any, where are they? Where's anybody? Character. Character, pre-made. So we can just take any of these pretty much and just find their idle animation. Yeah, they'll just be like idling in front of a house. Sure, whatever. It don't matter. Let's put this over here. Characters, farming characters. Yeah, I have tutorial man. I guess I'll just put like NPC 1. I don't need to name these characters. There, great. Now we go find that. Characters, farming, NPC, idle. All right, what size is this? We have 4 divisions. And I think this is 24. So times 4 divided by 3. There we go. All right, we just pick that now. Yeah, nice. And autoplay. And now just look at how fast it's going. It's a little too fast. Maybe 4 FPS. There, that's pretty good. Fix the texture. And save. And then what else do we need? A collision region. They're actually probably static bodies, right? Static body. And that needs a collision shape. And that needs a shape over here. So that's probably pretty good. So that way you can't collide with them. Oh, but it's only your feet that collide with them, right? I don't know, whatever. Let's just try that. And then what else do we need? A talking region. And then this needs to have collision set correctly. They'll just be considered part of the world. Yeah. Now an area 2D dialogue region or start dialogue region, something like that. And add in a collision shape under there. And this is going to be slightly larger than that first shape. So let's just turn that one off. Well, let's have this one be a little bit larger in every direction. But actually, maybe you have to press a button to talk to them. Yeah, you probably should have to press a button. In which case, you should be a little bit farther away, maybe. Maybe like that. We'll try it in the game. Then same thing over here. Actually, this does not need collision, right? Maybe it does. So you need to be in the collision region. How many bugs have been converted to features? A couple, I think. Yeah, probably at least 2. There was the digging in the house and the tutorial man just walking to the right side and not actually disappearing. And I took it to an extreme. I did something kind of funny. I don't think I showed this off. So let's show this really fast. Flow control. Yeah, take a look at this. So when you get back into the farming game, you start in your house. And when you walk outside, there is this cutscene. This guy comes and talks to you. Haven't seen you in ages. I see that you really like strawberries. Your grandpa would be proud. I still think of him often. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now he walks away. But if you follow him, he actually starts walking at an angle. And he gets faster and faster and faster. And he does not respect a collision. Oh, sounds for this stuff. This is the kind of thing we need to add. So yeah, I like this. This was intentional. This was one of those things where it's like, you saw this guy walking in a weird way in the Fever Dream game. So I wanted him to walk kind of similarly here, maybe indicating that you've changed this somehow. But yeah, I like it. It's very fitting with the game. So creepy and funny. Yeah. Oh, that shouldn't happen. Yeah, we need to do something about that. Actually, we don't really need to do something about it, right? Yeah, he's moving faster and faster. You eventually won't be able to catch him. And if you move away and come back, he should still be there, right? Yeah. Disappeared in the, yeah, in the house, that was fine. Because that's nonsensical no matter what. But behind the cliffs, I'm not sure what should happen there. Okay, so in order for this to work, we're going to need a script here. Add NPCs, then add sidekick. We need to come up with a name. You're supposed to name sidekick, but you don't do that yet. Maybe we just name them. Maybe just give them a set name for now. But do so through yarn spinner variables so that we can populate it later. All right, add NPCs. So we need a script for them, which I have, and I think I put over here already. Yeah, but I did not say what this needs to do. So to do track when the player is in this in the start dialogue region. And then to do from the farming game, if you press the use tool button and there's an NPC nearby, talk to them. It will just never make them overlap, so there's never a problem with which one do you talk to. But this does pose a little bit of a problem, which is the use tool button is done from farming player, I think. Yeah, it's right here. And there's a breakpoint, which I don't know what that was doing. So it's here, and we check to see which tool is selected. What we need to do is check to see if you're colliding with an NPC. And what we could do here is I think there's a get overlapping bodies. No, maybe not for that. Maybe there's why isn't that there? I forgot what has that. GO get overlapping bodies. Area 2D has it. Okay, yeah. So what we could do is from, in fact, do we already call this somewhere? No, we don't call this somewhere. So I could do this. There's a collision shape. What does the player look like? They have a collision shape, but this itself is not. It's not an area 2D, so it doesn't have this. Oh, that's too bad. Now we can just add one. Maybe it could be like a dialogue region. Yeah. I think it's easiest to do that though. But we'd have to know that they are farm NPCs. Okay, I think this makes the most sense. Talking with them. Yeah, let's go try it out. Let's just see how it works. So for your farm player, we'll add in a new area 2D, and this will be called like start dialogue region. Add in a collision shape. Is going to be something relatively large around your body. It's probably pretty good. It just needs to overlap with whoever you're talking to. And if it doesn't feel right, we can just go change it. So there's that. Now we go fetch this from here. Private area 2D, start dialogue region. Good. And now we fetch it from here. So if start talking to NPC, then I guess do nothing else. All right. So private void start talking to NPC. So get overlapping areas. Overlaps for each of those. If overlap dot get, why is that not a thing? It's an area 2D. Oh, whoops. Oh, I had an S there. Get parent. Why is this not? Huh. Strange. Shouldn't there be a get parent? There is get parent. Oh, I don't know what I did. Yeah. Anyway, the parent of this has to be a farm NPC. And if it is, then we want to fetch their dialogue node, which we don't even have right now. So how about we go add one really fast? Hey, typical burnt out. How go all the wedding proceedings? Farm yarn. Okay, so we're going to put fake NPC dialogue here for now. And this will just be NPC number 1. Sure is lovely weather we're having, isn't it? Okay, then we emit a like start dialogue. We don't have that. Do we have the farming game? I don't think we do. No. All right, fine. Then we get an action here. started dialogue. We need it to be a string. Yes. So started dialogue, invoke. Bake NPC dialogue. Okay, so now the farming game listens for that on the farming player. I don't like having to do this. Started dialogue on player. Started dialogue. And add this over here. And then go fetch this. String start node or something. Start. We should have a dialogue runner here that we can just call start, right? Because its call is not awaited. Yep, I don't care. And then, shouldn't this already exist somewhere else? Start dialogue. Yeah, there it is. Last dialogue start point. Force animation stay idle. Yeah, so delete this, I guess. And change this. But what stops your input from working? What does stop your input from working? This? Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, that should work. Will that all function? Yes. Question mark. I think it will. We have a bug up here. What is this? Oh yeah, this has a bool. And return true, return false. Okay, now let's just set our speed to super fast. What was it? 150, I think is fine. And then, oh yeah, and then change our starting state to free play. And then go add in the NPC into town. NPC. All right, so we're just gonna put them there. Now let's try this. You can either be right or be happy. Advice my dad gave yesterday. All right, so we go over to here and we press the button and it does not work. Why won't you talk to me? I just want to talk. How dare you? Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. It is trying to talk to me. There's just a problem down here. Yarn project has compilation errors. What? How did I mess that up? That's impossible. Where's the error? Maybe the pound sign? Because I can't think of what else could have an error there. Yeah, maybe the pound sign needs to be escaped or something. All right, let's try this. Was that? How are you supposed to do that then? Traveler number 1. Yeah, wow. Backslash? Ah, yeah, just a backslash. Okay. Well, then. Sure is lovely weather we're having, isn't it? Sure is lovely weather we're having, isn't it? It is. Wow. You have so much to say. This is the world's greatest game. All right, neat. So we put in a bunch of NPCs over here. I'll put in, I don't know, 1 or 2 other ones. And we need to export public string dialogue start. What do you call this? What do they call this? They call it node name. Dialogue start node name. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, and get private set, I guess. I want the rest of that there. Non-nullable is uninitialized. Yeah, let's just say that you have to initialize it yourself. So now if I go over to here, farm NPC, we can build, and I should be able to set this thing. Start nod. Okay, so what do we call it? We called it fake NPC dialogue. All right, so you're gonna have fake NPC dialogue, and then this is gonna be farm NPC dot dialogue start. Looks good. All right, then let's add in one more NPC. NPC2, and you are going to look like this person. Now let's go plug you in. So how do I want to do this? I guess add in a new thing here and call you, I don't know, NPC2. Call you NPC1. Add in a bunch of graphics. Done. Set the same frame rate. Done. Go add them into the town. So now they look like that. I don't want that to be the case. Yeah, so instantiate a new farm NPC and put them there. This will be farm NPC1, farm NPC2. Edit the children so that this has that graphic and then move them to the side. So that's how you do that. That's how you do that. And then give them different dialogue. So this will be fake NPC dialogue 2. And this one will be fake NPC dialogue 1. We don't want the root class to have anything in here, which is probably going to delete it now from here. Yes, it did. Fake NPC dialogue. I got to take a break really soon, but I want to get this done, but I don't think we'll have the time. Two, one. Okay, let's just try this really fast. Then I gotta go take my break. So they should each say their own canned lines. Oh, they look the same, and this broke anyway. Oh no, that person works. This person doesn't. Did I not put a 1 at the end? I did not. Okay, that fixed it. So we want the farm NPC's animated sprite to be local to the scene, I guess. Why did that not work? They look the same, right? Maybe we make this editable and set this to this one. I don't know what happened there. I gotta take my break though. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hello again. Close the game. ACNU. All right, so what happened here? Because this looks like it went wrong. Oh, that was probably from before. Okay, let's go find out. They still look the same, but now at least they've got different dialogue lines, and that feels mostly fine. Well, yeah, I think it feels mostly fine. Why do they look the same? Can you not set this here? Oh, because I need to do that autoplay there, and that's gonna. Oh no, that worked. Okay, that was it. That didn't fix it in the game that I'm in, but if I start it again, it should work just fine. So these are going to be characters that are whatever walking around, or they're inside of a house or something like that. I don't know exactly. And then while you're talking to them, another character comes out and talks to you. So yeah, now they look a little bit different. And this other character transcends games just like you do. So they need some graphics that make them look like they're the same character. Are you all idling at the same frame rate? No, I think your character's faster. Oh, right. You can't leave this. We gotta go fix that. Community center. This was supposed to be down. 0, 1. It's the opposite of wherever it was on the town. 0, -1. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we should probably check this in. Making good progress. Still a lot to do though. So community center scene changed so that you can exit from the right location now. Yeah. Let's check that in. Fix community center transition region. You were only able to enter when moving left, not down. And then the rest of this should all be connected, right? This is fine. This is fine now that I actually made a change in this file. Yeah, this is okay. This shouldn't be changed. That's fine. It's fine. Fine. Yep. 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 Cool. All right, looks pretty good. So add NPCs to town. These have canned dialogue for now. It won't get much. Well, the NPCs aren't doing anything interesting yet. Like walking back and forth, etc. Like one of them could be just chopping at a tree just over and over and over. Actually, I think it'd be kind of funny. Like we have the graphics for it, why not? Yeah, I'll write that down as demo polish. Maybe have one of the NPCs in town cutting a tree over and over. And their dialogue says something like... Actually, the dialogue can't be self-aware. Dialogue couldn't be self-aware, though. Yeah, you can change the player. If you're a subscriber, you can change your glow color, your name color, I think. All right, so now we got to add in Sidekick. They are supposed to be a male character, and I don't know how many more male characters we have. We have this person. What do they look like? Okay, well, we should just swap what we're using then, right? Yeah. So which of those two characters that we already have would be better for now as your sidekick? What color hair do you have? Well, your hair might be white, actually. I guess either one of these could work just fine. Happy Monday. Hey, Magnus. And it tests for bugs on an add-on extensions to AutoCAD we use at work. Pretty good at not following the recommended workflow and breaking things. Hope it's going well. Yeah, we could use either one of these characters. So your character, or sorry, sidekick is supposed to come out from a house. And one of them is sidekick, whom you'll be seeing throughout the game. And after you talk to one or two other NPCs, he comes out of a locked house. Maybe he was watching you from inside. He runs up to you. I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. How do we want to do this? I don't want to actually make the house yet. I guess the house is just a graphic I could plop in, right? So I guess it doesn't really matter. In fact, the house could just look like your house. So that we just use the one that's already in the game. Where is that? Objects? Farming? No. Worlds? Houses? Yeah, here. Yeah, we could just make it look like this. Like they leave the house and they walk over to you. But then something would need to tell you that you have to talk to the townsfolk. Not that there'd be anything else to do in the game. Maybe we give you a quest saying like talk to 3 different NPCs. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll put that in as an eventual task though. We don't need to do that right now. Have there be a quest in the farming game for you to talk to at least 5 NPCs after the fever dream. This way, the player knows what their goal is. Yeah. Yeah, so for now, we won't worry about that. So yeah, let's go plop a house in here. We'll just add this in here. House. What am I doing? What am I doing? Tile set. What is this thing called? It's called 3.png. There. House done. So filter nearest. Set this to house. All right. So this is Sidekick's house. Woke up with a sore throat. Forgot how bad it feels. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any tried and true remedies? Actually, I've not gotten sick myself in a long time. All right, this would have the same collision as the other thing. I kind of don't want to even work on collision right now. So let's just make a really approximated static body for this. Collision shape. Rectangle. Yeah, I'm not going to make this great right now. So you're going to talk to these NPCs. It needs to be in view of the... Maybe we should just extend this upward. Or maybe spawn you lower so that you go over to here. I don't know. Let's not worry about this stuff for now. Just move this here. So you're going to talk to this NPC and then this NPC, and then a guy's going to come out of this house. Can you see the house from over here? How about we start you in the after dream farm zone? I should not be doing that. There we go. How about we start you on the side of the world? There. Oh, you know what else we can do? We can change it so that the game starts you on the farm zone. Actually, we can just start you in town. What am I doing? Why am I complicating this? So now you just start in town. I don't need to spend any of the time doing anything else. Nice. Look at that. Start in the position you would have started at in the farm game. Okay, yeah. So you talk to this character, you talk to this character. When you talk to this character, the door is visible over here. That's important because I want you to be able to see this character. So here's what I'm thinking. after talking to 2 NPCs. Ideally, you talk to them in this order too. Nothing stops you from doing that though, but I guess as long as you talk to them at some point. Yeah, they're both in view of the house. So yeah, that's what we got to do. After talking to both NPCs, make sidekick appear. So like set a flag saying that you've talked to both. And then when both flags are set, disable player input again and start sidekicks animation. They should have an exclamation mark above their head when they see you. Then run toward you and start a dialogue. Okay, and then all this stuff. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, whatever. We'll just delete this. So then we have it go through all of this. There is some auto pick choice. There it is. And then we have a whole bunch of wild stuff happening after that, huh? Yeah. All right, so let's start with this. So we need some flags saying whether you've talked to both of these characters yet. And the way this works is farming player emits a signal from here, which eventually goes over to this. Oops, not that. This. So we can keep track here which dialogues you've played already. And once you play them both, that we trigger something in the zone that you're in, which I guess would have to be the town zone. So we just tell it like start the cutscene. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's try that. So let's have a dictionary of string boolean. Actually, all we really need is a hash set, right? Hash set of strings started dialogues equals just an empty thing for right now. And then in start dialogue, we'll just add this. And then if started dialogue contains fake NPC, whatever, I'll just say testeroni, and it contains the other one, then trigger the town zone, like start sidekick cutscene. All right, there are a bunch of problems here though, because this is every time we start a dialogue, we're just going to check to see if both of these flags are set. So we need to know that you've started the cutscene or not. Yeah. So let's go make this. This should know bool has shown cutscene. And then in here, if we've shown it already, then just return. Next, do the cutscene here. Next, in farming player, we have this node. Oh man, it's gonna have to be a constant drat. Yeah, I mean, I could just hard code it for now. I didn't want to do that though. I mean, you could just fetch what their nodes are and then store them as. No, that's kind of dumb. Maybe the player should just figure this out. No, it's only the town node that would know. Yeah, the same check is there twice because I was going to make some constants out of these. I just haven't yet. Could have your and the sidekick's houses be subtly themed after who lives there. Like color the roof after their hair color. Yeah, we could. But that would imply that there are lower reasons why we shouldn't. Sidekick doesn't have the ability to control games, and they weren't made for this game. So if their hair color matches their house, then it would imply that there's some sort of like smart choice behind that or changing of choice. Any reason why you're capitalizing the accent cutscene? I probably do this everywhere. No, I don't do this everywhere. I do it in some places. Well, that's probably never changing now, huh? All right, let's change this. Might as well change the new ones. I don't even know how that just started. Okay, any others? Oh, wait, was it? No, there's something in Architect's Realm that was capitalized. Yeah, this stuff. All right, well, let's rename this too then, I guess, as long as we're doing this. Any others where I search specifically or I type specifically this? No, that was it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. You can only capitalize it this way on the 4th day of the week. Okay, so nothing will know that you've activated these 2 specific dialogues. So let's just code them in here for now, I guess. Yarn, farm yarn. Yeah, fake NPC dialogue 1 and dialogue 2. I don't like that these are there like that, but whatever. Okay, let's go try it. I have to leave. Somebody I've shared a significant and important part of my life with has passed away. Just got the news. I'll be okay. Just need some time alone. Take care, leap year girl. My condolences. Yeah. It's always tough. Can we fill me in on if this is Skelecell or a new game? I haven't watched in a while. This is a new game. Yeah. Okay, so we click that, and then we click this, and then whoops, drat. It says do the cutscene here. We need to wait for it to finish, not for it to start. All right, so delete this. This is completed dialogues. And that's here. Completed dialogues add, and then check this. Okay, that's how we'll do this. Okay, so we do this, and now when we talk to this character, as soon as I press this button, it should print, do the cutscene here. Perfect. Okay, now let's do it in the other order. Just make sure. There shouldn't be any problem with doing it in the other order, but you never know what the player's going to do. So let's just make sure that it's working still. So we talk to this character first, and then just for last, let's talk to them again. And then, do we get stuck there? We do get stuck here somehow. Like I'm pressing the button over and over and it'll eventually work. That's weird. It's very weird. What about over here now? Yeah, so that worked. That's strange though. If I cut it off, it thinks it's finishing a dialogue each time I'm doing that. Yeah, see, it keeps saying do the cutscene here, meaning it thinks I'm completing dialogues this whole time. I wonder why that's happening. I guess we could set a breakpoint. Can we put a count here? I think you can, right? Hit count. Yeah, here we go. Hit count. Let's do greater than 4. So when I mash the button a bunch of times, by the way, this is a great feature that you can do this. I think this is fantastic. So now I just go back into that scene, and that way it won't get hit the first time. And I just spam the button. There we go. So why did this happen? On dialogue completed. Is cancellation requested? Continue. Shouldn't it know that it's complete already, though? Like, presumably this shouldn't be happening. And if I press the button again immediately, yeah, it gets hit immediately. So this is what we have as the stack trace. This is not helpful. It's this line, calling dialog continue. I don't know. Shouldn't he be receiving a line, right? Yeah, I don't know about this. Emit on dialog complete. Where's this coming from? The thing is, we're emitting this multiple times, right? There are no other tasks, though. Maybe we're starting it again? I'd be kind of surprised if we're starting it again, too. I guess we can find that out by putting a breakpoint over here. And then just pressing the button. We are starting it. Oh, because we're not checking to see if we're currently in a dialogue? Maybe that's why. Because we get control of our character back. Strange. So has running dialogue, set player input enabled is true, and then dialogue completed invoke. I don't see any problem with any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't see any problem with this. So I guess we can't start a new one immediately, and I don't know why. We could wait for a bit. Like, I wonder if this has to do with fading out or something. I don't know. Just write it down as a bug for right now. Bug farming game. Repeatedly mash the talk to NPC button when in town. It will keep calling. Yeah, I think it opens and immediately completes the dialogue if not long enough passed between the prior one finishing and the new one starting. I'm not even certain that's the case though. I'd have to correlate button presses to printouts. Hey Amy, how you doing? Happy Monday. Happy King's Day. How's King's Day going? 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Why is that 3? So it's because it starts, then I speed through it, then I complete. Okay, yeah. That must be what's happening. It takes 3 button presses. So note, to make this more obvious, just add a print statement when completing the dialogue. Takes 3 button presses, 1 to start, 1 to advance through the text quickly, and 1 to close it. Yeah, and I'm not sure what's going wrong there, but that's pretty minor. Okay, let's just ignore that for now. So yeah, once you've done this, we can spawn the NPC, the sidekick, I mean. So we're going to change the graphics of this person. Who should we use for now as a sidekick? It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, let's go get the graphics of the final person that we have here. This person, I guess. It really doesn't matter who we pick. Let's pick this person. Okay, so this is here. Characters, farm. So NPC 2 is going to be this instead. Whoops. Should just magically work. Perfect. Whoops. And then we need sidekick. So this would be sidekick. Probably, yeah, it's fine. All right. Now, how do I want to do this? I think we want to add a sprite 2D and control it with an animation player. And then have another animation player controlling their cutscene. Doing good, very tired, long weekend. Spent all today painting a friend's new house. Last 2 days also out visiting friends. Yeah, I remember you said you had a pretty packed weekend. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Yeah, were you paid in delicious food and drinks? Please share. All right, so add a sprite 2D here. And then add an animation player. That is not an animation player. That is. All right. So let's go make an animation. They're going to leave their house and like immediately start walking over toward you. Idle down. I should take this from your character, right? How far apart are frames? 0.2. So I did change this unnecessarily. So these should just be changed to be 5 frames per second. Let me go for it later. All right, nice. So yeah, how many of these do we have? 4 frames, idle down, 0.8, 0.2. Okay, got it. All right, so 0.2, 0.8, and then set all this. Texture H frames, frame, texture H frames, V frame. So texture we want to set to, oh, I don't even have sidekick in here. So they're going to look like this character for now. Except for I meant to put that in here. Okay. So texture, H frames, V frames. And then what am I missing? That's it, just frame. Oops. H frames is supposed to be 4 and V frames is supposed to be 3. Did that fix this? Yes. And let me just click frame 4 times. There. So now they should be facing the correct direction. Perfect. Let me make this loop. All right. So how do we do this? We go add in an animation player here. We add in our sidekick here. We put them roughly where you are. And they're not even going to be visible at first. I mean, I guess their sprites should probably have something reasonable set from the beginning. No, that's already fine. Why doesn't that look good over here then? Yeah, what's going on? Why do they have the whole... Maybe we need to say region? I don't really, it doesn't matter. No, wait, it does matter though, because I got to position them correctly. But I guess a positioning... Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, so sidekick. Walk to you. Approach. Maybe just approach. Sidekick approach. All right, give ourselves a whole bunch of time here. We don't need actually that much time. Probably 15 seconds is enough. So the very first thing they're going to do is appear. So this is going to be off by default. They're also going to move. So sidekick visibility. We're going to set them to true. Probably play a door sound. Actually, probably have them fade in, right? Maybe just editable children over here and just play this. Ah, there we go. Okay, nice. So I want them to appear just outside the door. And they're going to walk over to where you are, but where you are is different based on which NPC you're talking to. Oh, man. Maybe it's just always when you talk to this character then. Yeah. I don't know. Alternatively, we just make it dynamic where they walk to, but then we need to do this through a script. We need a bunch of like walking code. Or they're just near you no matter where you talk to them, but you could approach this NPC from any direction. You could also approach this one from any direction. Maybe they just tell you to come over there. Maybe all they do is leave your house and they just watch you. Hey, but it says you claimed first this far into the stream. Nice. No, but if they're excited, they'd walk up to you. Okay, we have a couple of problems here. A couple of issues. One, you may talk to these NPCs from any position / direction. So sidekick would have to walk to you dynamically. It's not really an issue. But the second thing is sidekick talks to you in front of other characters. I guess they probably have some disdain for NPCs. Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't think this is really an issue. Yeah, I think we just need to make this dynamic. Well, option 1, make the movement dynamic. So it would have to be in a script. Option 2 is have sidekick walk near you, but not next to you. Is there a command for a summary of what's going on here? Yeah, in general, there's today, which then links to this command. And if there's anything else you're looking for, feel free to ask. And if you want all the commands, they're all there. If you want to just search through things. By the way, anyone can do this. So if you ever want to type the today command without me knowing that you're looking at it, you could just type it into here and you'll see it. Or anything else you're curious about, like what keyboard I'm using or something. But yeah, welcome in. Feel free to ask any questions. So having them walk near you is probably the easiest for right now. So like you might be over here. But if this NPC then walks over to, they might walk into you, right? There's kind of no way to stop that. Oh man. Well, we could put some obstacle above these characters so that you have to approach them from below. That could work. Actually, this is something I shouldn't think about too much until we have because we won't even have the full town layout yet. So yeah, they should just walk in a predictable pattern for right now. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to fade them in. So sidekick is going to start with a modulate of blank. Yeah. And that's the first thing we're going to change. Sidekick modulate. This is at 0. So they're going to fade in over about a second maybe. This is to indicate that they're coming from inside the house. Maybe that would look stupid. I don't know. And then they'll just walk over to you. So they fade in. They wait like just a little tiny bit of time. And they walk roughly over to where you are, which is going to be here. So they fade in, they walk over, and then they would talk. And the talking would come from this script. So start sidekick cutscene needs to go to private void sidekick reached. Oh, should I be calling them sidekick in here? Because again, they're not really your sidekick. This is just the term I've been using everywhere. should I come up with a name? There's another thing I don't know what to do yet. I named this character Sidekick in the document I've been working on, but they're not actually your sidekick. The plan is for the player to name this character. So we need some internal name anyway. It could be like Agent 1. Maybe it has Agent in it somewhere. Maybe it's a name that sounds kind of like Agent. Like AJ. Is there a name that sounds closer to Agent than AJ? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think AJ is probably decent. AJ the Agent. Mm, I don't know. Maybe we do just call him Sidekick. Yeah, at least be obvious who we're talking about. EJ. The agent. All right, so Sidekick reached player. So this is going to spawn a dialogue. We don't have a way of spawning a dialogue here, do we? No. Started dialogue. Or started Sidekick dialogue, I guess. Yeah, let's just invoke that. So do the cutscene here. We need the animation player. Private animation player. Good. Fetch this. Then start the cutscene. Play. Sidekick approach. And then in Sidekick reach player, which I haven't actually called yet, so let's go do that. Add a method on town. So they make it over to you, then they pretty much just start the dialogue. Cool. All right, now that gets kicked off back to the farming game. That is not the tab I want. Town. Started dialogue. So this probably should just pass in the dialogue name, right? Nah, on started Sidekick dialogue. Yeah. Start dialogue. Okay, so what is it going to be called? Like Sidekick intro? Then we go plug this in over here. Cool. All right, we're not going to name them yet. Let's just call them Sidekick for right now. So they say, I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. And then you've got a couple of reactions, neither of which actually matters. The point is you're trying to dismiss them, but they treat that as you having agency, which is true. Yeah, whatever, and leave me alone. And then they say, regardless of which one you pick, so we need the jumps here. Jump to Eureka. And then make a Eureka one. That proves it. You have agency. Blah, 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 blah. All right, then they should probably split this up a little bit, right? Can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were the new villager to move in a few weeks ago. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. Okay, so there are a whole bunch of different things here, and we got to control the flow of all of this stuff. Did they say trapped? Wait, they didn't say the word trapped, did they? How are you trapped? Uh... Oh, wait, because this only appears after you pick. Hmm. They don't ever use the word trapped. You already have a hint that a bunch of time has passed, right? Untitled important character. I think I want the player to name them. I'm still not certain about that, though. All right, well, let's not worry about this too much. But yeah, how do we leave should become disabled or enabled based on the other options that you pick. All right, we have a whole bunch of stuff to do here. So you said weeks, sidekick weeks, sidekick, who are you? Sidekick trapped, and sidekick leave, or like how to leave. Okay, we have a lot to do. So you said weeks. This is player. Okay, now they choose. And the way we get them to choose is with this code that I wrote. And I forgot whether this is 0 indexed or 1 indexed. Set auto, set next, auto choice index. Here it is. This is 0 indexed, auto pick choice. Da, 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 da. What is this? Oh, I didn't even write a comment for this. What am I doing? Yes, this is 0 index, right? Yes, I think. I don't know. Let's go find out. I'll just write a comment here. Write a comment about set next auto choice or whether it's 0 indexed. Lorem ipsum, probably somewhere. All right, set next auto choice to 0. So you said weeks. They now have answer honestly and answer cryptically. There is no way to choose answer cryptically, so we just need to jump here. Weeks answer. Oh, weeks answer. So sidekick says this. Yes, weeks. I don't know why you didn't come to town sooner. We could have had so many conversations by now. Yeah, I'll try it out and we'll see what happens here. Okay, so this is not fleshed out yet. Let's try it anyway. So you go talk to both these NPCs and then the sidekick comes over. So I talk to you. And then I talk to you. Oh, what happened? And then I talk to you. Yeah, you can be off screen for this. Well, let's make it on screen. Whoop, that's broken. Oh, how funny. How absolutely funny. Okay, so we've got to control, I'm going to call a method on their animation player at the very beginning that is play. And play has a bunch of arguments. This is idle down. Parade incoming. And then we're going to cut out having to talk to both these people, especially when I get stuck in dialogues. All right, so we finish this. Sidekick appears. They walk over to you. I don't have the animation yet. I don't care about that. So I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. Yeah, whatever. Eureka. That proves it. You have agency. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were the new villager to move in a few weeks ago. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. All right. You said weeks. Now, I don't have to control anything. Oh, I have to press A here. They pick their answer, and then they respond to you. But you know, we had this kind of technology. All right, yes, weeks. I don't know why you didn't come to town sooner. We could have had so many conversations by now. There's maybe a little bit too much text for this dialogue box. Okay, well, anyway, it's all working. So now we just need to flesh out this entire conversation. This is going to take some time. So let's kick this off after you talk to either NPC. Completed dialogues. Yeah. And this does not work. Yeah, so whenever you complete any dialogue, so we'll just delete this for right now. All right, so let's go through the flow of dialogue. I have a whole bunch of stuff here. I mean, the who are you? Isn't it probably assumed that you know their name at this point? Maybe where did you come from? Okay, there are a couple things we got to figure out here. Like, so this person comes over to you. They're excited. As a player of the game, you're hopefully intrigued at this person who isn't just an NPC. It's also cool to see them responding to you. So we need to have different choices so that they pick them. We should just remake Rush Hour. Just that. Just the video game version. All right, so yeah, once you've chosen all the options, I guess you can advance the conversation. And you can help each other out. You must have 3 crops on you. Supposed within trash cans around town for some reason. I'll show you where they are. Then you get a key. So they're going to have to walk you around town. We don't need this to have pathfinding necessarily, but it would probably make things easier. And they could pathfind their way over to you too. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of code. But let's ignore that for now. I just want to get the dialogue. All right, so what would you want to know? Yeah, probably who is this person talking to you? Maybe they say something interesting, and like the weeks thing is probably not super intriguing. Because you already, Tutorial Man already told you that your grandpa died since you were last in the game. So like you have to assume time passed. Also, there are tons of crops on your farm. So maybe that part's not interesting. I think that's probably the best way to do this though, is that this person explains something to you. Person would have to explain something to you about what's happening here for you to want to ask questions. I like this bit. The whole I saw you talk to NPCs, you're different. That's great. Eureka, that proves that you have agency. Can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. It's poor employees. Hey, Matt. And hey, Crows. We're making good progress. We're on the dialogue with the sidekick now. And I'm struggling a little bit to figure out exactly how this conversation should go. Yeah, the new game's going well, and I am having fun doing it. We made a lot of progress today. Well, so their name is Sidekick, but they're not actually your sidekick. They're just someone you find in the game a few times. So their name surfaced to the player won't eventually be Sidekick, but it is for now because I'm not going to make a name input just yet. So, I mean, they talk about agency here. That could be one of the questions you have. I guess let's write down what I have so far. In fact, how about this? Let's copy paste all of this stuff and just put this over here for now. That did not paste correctly. There we go. All right, that's better. All right, so I talked to those NPCs. You're different. Yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. This is good. Eureka, that proves it. You have agency. Can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were a new villager to move in a few weeks ago. Now ask me something. You would want to ask him something. So agency question mark. I think who are you is probably pretty reasonable. And then maybe after you've asked who are you, how are you trapped could be here. Yeah, maybe where are you from gets added. After picking who are you, where are you from, and how do we leave? Hey, Sound of Gaming. So agency could be something like agency. These other, I do want to use the term NPCs. I'm not sure that's the best thing to do. Because if you're not a gamer, well, I mean, if you're not a gamer, you probably wouldn't enjoy a lot of the tropes of this game. They wouldn't say characters, right? They'd say people. I saw you talk to those people. Bystanders. I mean, okay, so here's my problem. I want them to call them NPCs because they are NPCs and because they're in a game, because they know that they're in a game. But I'm worried that the player won't know. So yeah, I guess you pretty much have to say I saw you talk to those people. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything else there. Unless, I mean, the way you do this if you were writing a blog post or something is you'd spell it out once and then put the acronym afterward, but we're not going to do that in a video game. Townsfolk, yeah. I think we just can't use the term NPC. I saw you talk to those people. Yeah, sure. Townsfolk, any of that's fine. Just not NPC. Okay, well, anyway, so now we get to hear the proves that you have agency. I can tell you how long you've been waiting for something like this. No idea. You were the new villager. Onyx is mine. Ask me to. Agency. Okay, so if you say this as agency, these other townsfolk don't seem to have it. They're so dull that it's driving me crazy. This is kind of too on the nose for the theme of the game. Like the way that you turn into NPCs in this game is by not having fun in the game that you're in. Maybe, All right, apparently an ad break's about to start, so this is probably a good time to take a break. But yeah, we gotta workshop this dialogue a little bit. I want this to be very intriguing for the player because this really sets the tone. And if we ever have a demo, it's gonna stop shortly after this. So yeah, I'll go take my break for now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Hey Otto, hey Bucheros, hey Leo. All right, close the game. So yeah, where we left off was coming up with dialogue. And yeah, I want this to be intriguing. So yeah, they talk about agency. I feel like this is necessary, that they need to talk about agency, so you're like, why are they picking choices here? Like townsfolk don't seem to have it. They're so dull that it's driving me crazy. This I don't like. I want to indicate that they're getting bored. How long have they been here for, actually? That part I don't think I've ever answered. Okay, I don't know. There's so many directions this can go in. God, I just love this idea, and it's so core to the game. Hmm. I mean, out of curiosity, if we just said dictionary definition of agency here. Is not what I would probably define this as. I mean, I guess it's a state of acting or of exerting power. Yeah. Uh, I mean, in this case, it's more, it's like free will. I think this is fine. But yeah, I need to answer the question of how long they've been in this game for. Like, how long does it take for you to go crazy? Rules of the world. So it's when they stop having fun. So maybe they haven't been here for very long. But then why are they just sitting in a house? Yeah, I don't have answers to these questions. Okay, well, we got to plan this out. So, let's write this here. Sidekick dialogue. I want to make the dialogue. Hey, Mr. D-Boy, thanks for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? We are trying to come up with dialogue for a character in the game that I'm working on, which is called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. I'll show this off quickly. This is kind of a trippy idea for a game, at least in my opinion. Let's set this and this. Yeah, so let me show you the game. Just shaved his head. Ain't no exception. Did you actually, Mr. D-Boy? Was it on stream? Was it for something? All right. All right, so this is the game. It's called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. Starts out pretty straightforward. You're in a jumping tutorial. And then you make it to this section. Try to collect the diamonds in one go. Which you can't do. Parallax looks pretty good now. Get me to rocks, thanks. Yeah, I really like it. So you meet this person, they're the architect. And they tell you to get out. And then the game goes black. What? Finish cutscene, method not found. Finish cutscene? Oh my god, because I capitalized. Oh my god. Oh, hang on. Okay, this is really easy to fix. Oh, that's unfortunate. This should call a function at the end called, yeah, finish cutscene. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let's go find that. What is that? Office.tscn. Cutscene. That Magnus tricking me like that. Okay, yeah. That should fix it. We can just teleport back there. And then go into this. And then I can show the screen. It's gonna have the wrong music for this section, but that's okay. teleports you out. And hopefully, nice. Okay, and then I have this start in a different spot because I was testing something. So we need to undo that too. Anyway, you end up in a farming game and you're in another broken tutorial and you work your way through that game. That's the short story. So that's a game. We don't have a Steam page or anything yet. It's been very, very new to develop this. But yeah, welcome in. So we're going to be working on the dialogue for the new character that you just encountered. So if we go over to here and set this back to what it should be. There. Now we'll be in the farming game, but we've already made it to town. And we talk to a character. And then this sidekick appears out of the house. They just slide over to you because I haven't made that yet. I saw I talked to those people. You're different. Yeah, so we're trying to make this. So what did I have over here? Yeah, I want to make dialogue for the sidekick when you first meet them. It needs to be one that hits these points. One is that they have agency. Two is that they're bored here. And they only figured out so much about how to leave. I think the main questions I have, how long has Sidekick been here for? And they know how to leave. They would see the doors with the keys. They just wouldn't know what's on the other side, maybe? No, they would know what... Hang on a second. Oh, God, this is so difficult. Yeah, this is really difficult. So the way that I planned for this to work is that you would get to... You do some arbitrary task, you get a key. Sidekick would also have a key. So they say, great, you got a key too. I was worried that it wouldn't work a second time. He takes you to the community center where there are 2 rooms across from each other. One has an already unlocked door. Yeah, so it's already unlocked and they've been inside. Then they see that there's a switch there. The switch doesn't do anything for them though, because they need to hit both switches. So they know this already. So why would they even want to talk to you? If they have a feeling that you have the literal key to get out, why would they even bother talking to you? Maybe because there's no danger. So how long have they been in here for? Yeah, so if it was too long, they would start becoming an NPC. So maybe they only arrived shortly before you did. So it's been about a month. I want this to be coherent. And when writing characters, I think it's always difficult to keep in mind what do they know and what are their motivations. And in this case, it's like this person has already figured out one of the puzzles in the game. They have found a key and they know this key opens a door that has a switch behind it. And they can assume that that's maybe the way to get out, but there's another locked door and they haven't gotten the key for that door. And if they were bored to tears here, this just brought up another question. Hang on a second. Would 2 agents just be able to talk to each other forever to avoid becoming NPCs? Anyway, so they meet you. You're potentially their ticket out of here. They probably don't want to spook you and be like, oh my God, I know exactly what you need to do and who you are and why you're here. Because they are friendly. It's not like they're evil in any way. It might be better if they needed some knowledge from you. You wouldn't have the knowledge. I already spent some time planning this out. Yeah, I think it's just that you are another player that can potentially solve this puzzle. Maybe you solve a different puzzle from them. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Maybe Sidekick says something about their puzzle leading to one about putting strawberries in trash cans, but they couldn't grow strawberries. They couldn't find strawberry seeds, maybe. How do you have strawberry seeds? They're not a farmer. Why wouldn't they just make a farm? Maybe an NPC blocks them? This is so difficult. What is it about this game that requires two players to get through? Like, why? So option one is that one player could do this and Sidekick just hasn't yet. Option two, well, I guess this is like 1A. Sidekick lacked the tools to do this. Or, whoops, let me do that. 1B would be the game stopped Sidekick from doing this. Option two, it requires two players but was never supposed to. I don't know. Also, maybe I do want to spend some time thinking about this, but let's say I didn't. Let's say I just went with what I had originally and we typed it out. I think it'd still be fine for, a few days from now. I just don't think it'd be fine for the final product. And that's why I want to draft this out a little bit more. I really would like this to be rock solid. So yeah, let's think about this for a bit. So suppose Sidekick got a key from a boss in the mines, but couldn't find another key. But then how would you know that you have to place strawberries in trash cans? Maybe Sidekick was given a hint. I like the idea that this character has already been through these puzzles. Like they had to figure them out for themselves, and that was fun. But then they hit some kind of wall, and you had to help them over the wall. So this is kind of like multi-factor auth. There's stuff you have, stuff you know, stuff you are. So what is it that you're bringing to this solution that Sidekick couldn't have just done this on their own? And if it's strawberries, like you are supposed to put strawberries in these trash cans and it's just some arbitrary puzzle, then it's like, why couldn't Sidekick get strawberries? Maybe they were on their way to doing it. Sidekick knew what had to be done, but didn't have time to do it yet. Growing crops could just take a few weeks, or buying the farm could take time. Maybe that's what they say. They were like, "Oh, I was trying to buy your grandfather's farm, but the NPCs wouldn't let me." Something like that. But, oh, you have the farm. Did you already plant crops? Because that's what I need now. Yeah, that could potentially work. Maybe Sidekick could say that they know they need crops, but your grandpa wouldn't sell him the farm so that he could grow them. And we just don't address that you could technically grow strawberries anywhere. Maybe they don't know that it's strawberries. Like it's something you actually needed farmland for. Or maybe you need like 1,000,000 of them. maybe this whole 2 key solution is actually not needed. Could just be that Sidekick opened both doors already, but couldn't get someone else to stand on the second switch. So, oh man, this is so, I feel like I'm so close to something here. In the end, I want you to both have to go into different games. So there needs to be some kind of like flow control portion of the game. And I was thinking those puzzles where you have to stand on 2 switches at once would work for that. Like Sidekick stands on one, you stand on another, it locks the doors between you, and a portal opens, and now you have to go into different games afterward. Because I don't want it to be that you go into the same game from here. Otherwise, you need to handle their interactions with you there. Could also be that there's just one portal that opens. But no, if there's a portal that opened already, Sidekick would have gone through it because they hate this game. But yeah. If Sidekick could enter a portal on their own, they would have done so because they don't like the farming game. Yeah. Be kind of funny if it was like a strawberry key. They have a key handle, but you need to put a strawberry on the end of it, and then you put it through a door that's shaped like a strawberry. We just need some way for the crops you grew to matter. Yeah. Some way for the crops you grew to matter. Otherwise, and it probably can't be something that Sidekick could have done. So I think the answer is they're not there for too long. Yeah, maybe they were there for about a month or something. Although they wouldn't, they might be bored of the NPCs, but they wouldn't be bored of the game itself. Maybe that's why they haven't gone crazy. Okay, that can make sense. I'm gonna write that down. Maybe does find breaking out of games fun. Yeah. Right. So maybe other characters could enjoy this too. Could enjoy breaking out of games too, but maybe they get stuck in such a way that they're eventually driven to become NPCs. I still think this means that you need to have something that the Sidekick didn't have. And it can't just be crops, and especially can't just be strawberries. I mean, we have a bunch of other crops that we could switch it with, but I don't think those matter either. It had to be something you actually need farmland to grow. In which case, maybe it is just the amount of strawberries. Maybe you're supposed to get like 400 of them. Although at that point, you can't just use a sickle. You'd have to go harvest a ton of them yourself. Because, yeah, the way that. Yeah. All right. Hey, Kevin. It's not really crunch time. Yeah, so here you can harvest up to, I think, 4 at a time. Maybe you could get 6 somehow. No, I don't think you can get 6. Yeah, I think you just get 4. So we could have you collect like I don't know, 50 of these maybe before it would get really, really frustrating. And even that wouldn't be very fun to do. And that way your inventory would just be chock full of strawberries by the time you get over there. Or maybe part of the joke is you're growing these like gigantic strawberries. Hmm. Yeah, like the agent could say something like, that's the biggest strawberry I've ever seen. Because it is pretty big. And we never addressed that. Could make a reference to how these are the biggest strawberries that Sidekick has ever seen. How's it going, Kevin? You having a ton of meetings today? Hmm. Set up one in game. Well, you kind of already won. I mean, look at this. If we really consider this to be the size of a strawberry, like it's the size of this person's head. I wonder what the largest strawberry in the world. Okay, the kinds of pictures that are showing up here are like the size of someone's hand. Heaviest strawberry. Yeah, it's not even a pound. Like this is probably not real, is my guess. It's a game, it's not real. No. It's a game. The point is to make a joke about how in a game this would not be something you'd bat an eyelash at, but that it is a giant strawberry, and maybe that's part of this puzzle. Alibi. 1.5 hours is finished. You just start another 1.5 hours. That's not terrible, right? 3 hours of meetings. Have they gone down at all with the changes you mentioned? So okay, let's say the plan so far is you chat for a bit. Sidekick eventually tells you that he knows how you're supposed to get the key to get out. He asks if you have crops, which I guess means that you can't have a strawberry selected when you go up to him. This would mean you can't have a strawberry selected when you go up to him. You show him the strawberry. He says that's the biggest strawberry he's ever seen, and says that it then clicks with him what you're supposed to do. He takes you to trash cans around town. You throw them in. A key pops out. He says he got a hint for this from the town wizard. Another Stardew reference. And then he leads you to the community center where you can unlock the other door. Yeah. Do we have a trash can graphic by any chance? Interior. Do we chairs, closet, doors, dresser, fireplace? What's this? Is there a trash can in here? What's that? I think it's a paint bucket. that maybe? Yeah, that could maybe work. Hey, falling great. It'd be funny too if you could see the strawberry poking out. What are the other graphics that we have in this? Nothing else in terms of like trash cans or something, right? What is that? Plates? Plates. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to draw a trash can if we need one. Planted strawberries but got oranges. I think we talked about this a while ago too. We have a bunch of different crop graphics. I don't want to go too crazy with it though. And I like the idea of it's something that's supposed to be small that are actually gigantic. Hey, Maxwell. Yeah, so I think we take the trash can graphic like that. So is this reasonable? The only thing that they wouldn't have explained is why didn't they just buy the farm? And it could be that your grandfather wouldn't sell it to them and that there's no other arable land over here. I don't think that's very compelling. Maybe it's that they did grow strawberries, but they weren't that big. All right, so reasons why Sidekick couldn't do this on their own. They couldn't buy the farmland from your grandfather. Although now your grandfather's dead, right? And then uh they did grow strawberries, but they weren't as big for some reason. He could never get in touch with you or your grandpa. Well, I think it's reasonable to say that your grandfather just wouldn't sell him the land. Like the plan your grandfather had was to give you this farm. So he wasn't going to give it to some random person. Aliens forgot to buy seeds during the festival last year. Yeah, it could be a timing thing, I guess. Could be a timing thing. They yeah, they couldn't acquire seeds, I guess. I'm not super sold on that. Also, we don't even necessarily need to address this reason in the game. It's actually a simple room or some area of the town. The instructions mentions room, but are you walking inside a house that you enter from the town? Yeah, you're walking inside a house you enter from the town. The thing I was picturing is like Stardew Valley has a community center, and the inside of it is actually several different rooms. Yeah, this. It doesn't have to be this, but yeah, this is kind of something like what I was picturing. But this is a little too big for this game, given how fast you walk. Hey, Cuttlefish. Had to go take care of the hair. Okay, so it did happen. What was the reason behind this, Mr. D-Boy? Is it better for your wrist or is it just for typing speed? I I did not have any hand pain beforehand, and I don't type any faster with it. So I got it just because I was interested in this style of keyboard. But yeah, as you see me use the computer, you'll see that there is very little hand movement with this. So I imagine it might be better for your wrist. Chat made me do it. Chat can't have made you do anything. this is this is a man lost in content creation. I think I like this reason the best. Yeah. Maybe it's a combination of not being able to buy the farm and not growing such huge strawberries on their own. True. I think your characters say Gadzooks. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Okay, so you chat for a bit. Sidekick eventually tells you he knows how you're supposed to get the key out, get the key to get out. Yes, if you have crops. Show him the strawberry. The biggest strawberry he's ever seen. He tried growing some himself, but they were normal sized. You got a hint for this from the town wizard. What is the hint? Do we need to ever say what this is? Just maybe we could say like, what was the hint? It was throw giant strawberries into the trash cans around town. It wasn't very cryptic. This is so stupid. God, I don't think you'd ever say it was a hint if someone told you that. It's like if someone says, go 2 streets down and take a right and then walk into the store, you wouldn't say that was a hint. You'd say it was instructions. But maybe Sidekick isn't very smart. God, I find that funny. Okay, yeah, I think this can potentially work. Add a special branch of dialogue for holding the strawberry when you greet him. I don't think I should, because I think it's going to be pretty natural for you to have it selected to see if you can eat it or something. Should call it a puzzle, not just a hint. Well, I mean, part of the joke is that it's not really a hint. So this is intended to be funny. It's not very natural that you'd say this. How will it be playable? It will be a select set of people or available to anyone. It's going to be just a private playtest. In fact, I don't think I'm ever going to do a public playtest for this. Or if I do, it'll just be the demo launching, and by that point, I'll already know enough about whether people like it. But yeah, I think everything is going to be an invite-only playtest. So in Skeletor server, probably, well, we're going to repurpose that server into just autonomous games. But yeah, probably I'll invite people there. Think you want me to go underground? Oh, that's pretty common parlance, at least in the US. All right, so what haven't I answered here? How long have they been there for? Yeah, that I guess I didn't technically answer. And maybe we say this over here. They've seen another game world. Haven't they been to multiple now? I kept flip-flopping on this. This is the third world I've seen. Yeah, they've seen another 2 game worlds. So they assume there's some way out of this one. It's not even that they assume. They know that there is, yeah. They need help leaving this one, feel themselves dwindling in some way. All right, I think I should write it over here. Yeah, this is fine. Cool. Everyone's up to you. Note, Sidekick has been in this game for a little bit longer than you. Maybe 1 to 2 months. They had fun. They presumably found a key beating a boss in the mines or something like that. But now they're going crazy. Okay. All right. I think I got enough to be able to come up with the actual dialogue. So I saw you talk to those people. You're different. Yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. Eureka, that proves it. You have agency. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were the new villager to move in a few weeks ago. I should just be typing this over here. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. All right. So this is where I had a couple of things written out that I don't know where I put. Yeah. I don't know where I put it. I thought I wrote it out over here. Yeah, who is this person talking to you? The townsfolk keep saying the same thing over and over. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, there. I think that's a much more natural way of saying this. Not just the boredom causes me to become an NPC. All right, who are you? I'm sidekick. You'd already know their name. That's not a surprise. I'm actually, well, hmm. Maybe who are you actually makes them answer where they're from. And maybe you can only get any of these options after picking the prior one. I'm sidekick. How much how much would you expect them to just tell you this? Like if I came into this game, would I assume that other people are also from this game? I'd probably ask. Yeah, I think they should ask or somehow bond over it. Like you would have already been in another game and you know that you were in another game. Sidekick doesn't know that, but they know that they were in another game. So both of you have that in common. It might be reasonable for them to assume. Maybe who are you is not the option. Maybe they ask you the question. You'd have to have a choice though. Oh man. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I think they should probably just, yeah, should definitely just ask you at some point. They can talk about this. Tells you what his role is, like how he describes himself. But this is an agent, so they wouldn't just say like I'm the town merchant or something like that, or I'm the blacksmith. They would be like I'm a person who likes this, this, and this. But they, well, maybe actually, maybe this is relevant to later in the game. Maybe they tell you what they like, and it turns out that's their home game that they're supposed to be in. They say something like, I really like, I don't know, racing or running or something like that. And you put them into a foot race kind of game. Maybe how did you get here? Or like, what do you do here? Oh, I defeated the gremlin in the caves. I like cheese. I think their excitement wouldn't, I don't think it would lead to that exactly. But this is the player picking these questions. This could even lead to a joke. Like, watch this. Hey, NPC, your hair is stupid. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? Should we do that? I think that's funny. Uh, yeah, there's got to be some talk. I think this is my problem. There has to be some talk of being stuck here or being from another world, but you need some other choice in the current conversation before that can happen. So, yeah, there can't be an after picking this. It's got to be, yeah, maybe who are you is pretty reasonable. I'm sidekick. I I don't know. Yeah, I fought my way through the mines already. No, they wouldn't tell you this all. I think they might say like I'm not from around here. Man, this is tough. Well, maybe we work backwards instead of working forward. So here I'm trying to like build up the conversation, but I wanted to get to the point where they're eventually talking about how this isn't their first game. Let me just write that. Maybe how long they've been there. Yeah, I arrived shortly before you did. You must have months ago and fought my way through the mines to get a key. Where was that thing I said about the wizard? Yeah. Right, a couple of months ago and fought my way through the mines to get a key. I mean, you probably wouldn't mention this, right? Not from around here, though. Have you seen other worlds as well? And maybe now you can answer, like, maybe just yes is your only choice. I thought so. I have a key. I fought my way through the mines and found a key to the community center. But I need a second one. Need to find the other key. But he knows how you're supposed to get this. That proves that you have agency. Can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. No idea you were the new villager to move in. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. Yes, agency. These other townsfolk keep saying the same thing over and over. It's driving me crazy. Watch this. Hey, NPC, your hair is stupid. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? See? It's just the worst. So then, who are you? I'm sidekick. Not from around here, though. Have you seen other worlds as well? I think this is pretty natural. Yeah. They're asking you a question. You also have agency. You can answer. Thought so. I fought my way through the mines and found a key. Okay, so maybe this is where we start getting things back on track. Huh. Yeah. I actually kind of like this. Oh, forgive my manners. I'm sidekick. Have you seen other worlds as well? Thought so. I found my way through the mines here and found a key to the community center, but I still need to find the other key. Have you managed to grow anything on that farm yet? So you would say something like, yeah, check this out. And then like you take out the strawberry. That's the biggest strawberry I've ever seen. That's none of your business. Hey Ginger, congrats on the launch. How'd it go? Did extremely well. Yeah, nice, 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 nice. See, we can have a conversation. Yeah, I feel bad about what happened last time. I just, yeah. Anyway, like I said, congratulations. I hope it's been going well. I hope you've been taking some rest because I know that after my launch, I was exhausted. Hey, noob. Hey, David. Yeah, it was quite a trip. I'm psychic enough from around here, though. Have you seen other worlds as well? Yes, I thought so. Found my way through the mines here and found a key to the community center. So need to find the other key. So I need to find I think a second key is probably reasonable. Have you managed to grow anything on that farm yet? Take out the strawberry. Biggest strawberry I've ever seen. And then they say the thing about, yeah, I grew some myself behind my house. They were never that big. It's 500 reviews now after a week, 16.5K sales in 7 days, way above my expectations. Nice, congrats. Yeah, that's great to hear. I I think, this is one of the things that I've been kind of grappling with myself a bit is I didn't like any of the marketing or publishing stuff that I was doing. And I know you said you got a publisher. It sounds like it paid off. And it does make me wonder, like, should I seek one out for my next game? Should I just do things myself anyway? Maybe they didn't grow, like his area wasn't designed for growing. Well, yeah, there's something special about your farm. And is this ever addressed in like Stardew Valley? Are there any other farms? Because there's something called Stardew Valley Extended. Valley Extended. I think it's called Extended, not Extended Family. Expanded. That's what it is. And on this one, there are other farms. Like this is just some random other farm you find in that game. I think you do occasionally see crops on other people's land in Stardew Valley, but I don't think it's very often. Also, I know there's another island you can get in Stardew Valley, but that's your farm. Is there any other farm that's not your farm? And yeah. Have I ever written in C++? Yeah. Yeah, I have. A long time ago. Have you looked at your sales? No, I didn't. Enjoying learning it a lot. Yeah, I don't know. C++ is like one of the first real languages I used, and I just never liked it. Game code is for the farm to grow stuff on a random house. Yeah. And I think by commenting on the size of this strawberry and by saying that, like, hey, I tried growing some, but they weren't that big, I think this can at least address why Sidekick couldn't do this on their own. So I think that could be good. All right, yeah, I can't take how long we're waiting. Okay, agency. So who are you? So you'd have to ask who are you second, right? Because they're about to ask you a question and that steers a conversation forward. I don't know what we do about that. What if you don't pick who are you second? Maybe you just don't see this part of the conversation then. No, but oh, man, I don't know what to do. uh, I mean, it could just be that this sort of answer is blocked until you've asked it the first time. Yeah, it could just force you to pick it second. The reason why this first answer is important is because of the whole "it's driving me crazy" bit. Like, that's going to be relevant later on. Hmm. Yeah, I think we do need to force you to pick the second. Yeah, really. I like more than C in converting integers to strings. I'm not saying that everything is bad about C++. I just didn't like using it myself. Yeah. Also, I gotta get going pretty soon. Oh, man. Okay, well, yuck. I haven't really finished this. Yeah, let's paste this in. Follow my way through the mines here. I still need to find the second key. So yeah, if they not even need to find, need the second key. Yeah. So they might say something like, I know what we have to do. They take you to a trash can. Throw the strawberry in there. You do. And like a jingle confirmation plays. Did you hear that? This must be correct. Let's go to the others. So you go to the others and throw them in. The third one gives you a key. Now off to the community center. Yeah, something like this. How do you write so fast with that tiny keyboard? A lot of practice. What's the secret? So the main layer of this keyboard, if I type out what I have on my rows here, this is pretty much just a regular keyboard at this point. And then the thumb keys are a little different, but at least this one is one of the ones on the left hand is space here. So like you could set this up as QWERTY, and then typing out regular English words or a sentence or something would be pretty easy. The part that's not as easy is once you start typing things like numbers or symbols or arrow keys, all of those things require you to enter a layer. So yeah, if you give someone any like 30 to 36 key layout, they'll probably be able to type English just fine. As for the layers though, yes, that is a lot of practice. And also just kind of knowing where these things are. It's just building up different muscle memory, really. Enter symbols and numbers and everything. Yeah. That part's just muscle memory and everything. B-boy dance in the game. That would sure be something. Okay. Use a trash can, throw a strawberry in there. Did you hear that? So this part I'm not so certain by. Like they're going pretty fast without asking if you want to leave. Maybe they should stop and converse a bit longer. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta get going. It's noon. I'm gonna eat lunch. So I'll take a break. I'll be gone for about an hour. It might be a little longer today. I'm not sure. But anyway, I plan to be back in the afternoon. And then I want to finish the dialogue, then code it, and then get you to the like end of the checkpoint. And that way, Tuesday and Wednesday we can spend doing just polishing stuff. And then Thursday can be music, and Friday can be I don't even know what. Yeah, maybe planning or something. It'll probably be a half day. All right, but yeah, I'm gonna get going for now because the ad's about to start. So I will hopefully see you all after lunch. Like I said, it'll be an hour, hour and a half or so. Oh no, Lana. I was just about to leave. Yeah. How about this, Lana? Do you want me to pick a different raid target? Because I literally am like just about to sign off. I really have to go. What's for lunch? My in-laws are visiting from India, so I'm going to have Indian food. And I'm not totally sure what yet. Yeah, Lana, got to raid and run. Wait, Lana, do you have someone else you want me to raid? Because I also need to run. I recognize you. Yeah, I recognize you can't stick around. Um, oh no, yeah, sorry. But happy to raid whoever you would have picked as your second choice. Don't know. Okay, yeah, I'll try to raid someone then. Um, yeah, let me just go in software and game dev. Find someone that's running as well. Yeah, just keep passing it around. No idea. Sorry. All right, I'll pass you all over to Worka. By the way, for those wondering about what I'm making here, I've got at least a little FAQ there. But yeah, I've got to get going. Thank you though, Lana. I do appreciate it. Well, I'll be back in about an hour. I'm just taking my lunch break. Let me raid Worka.
Whoops.
There we go. Yeah, hopefully see you all after lunch. Yeah, take care. Bye, everybody. See ya.